Good evening and welcome to the 17th meeting of fiscal year 2025 for the Milton Planning Board. At this time, we have a little feedback.
Yeah, I think you need to. It's on Julia's.
That's right. At this time, I would like to now call the meeting to order and begin by introducing our staff and the members of the board. If you'd like to start.
Cheryl Tagayas, secretary.
Sean Fahey, member.
Mag Yieldfield, member.
Jim Davis, member.
And Meredith Hall, serving as chair. And now our staff. With us today, we have Julia.
Julia Getman, clerk.
Yes, Cheyenne is on vacation, so we extend her the best. So we have one set of minutes from December 5th, but you have not.
I did.
Did you have a chance to edit?
I did review them, and I didn't have edits.
Okay.
So I know, and that's why I looked at you when I said that, Julia.
Wonderful. Good.
To print them.
Yeah.
I haven't heard back.
Okay, so has everyone else had a chance to review? Mm-hmm. Okay, with that, if I could have a motion to accept the minutes for Thursday, December 5th.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Those are approved.
Well, I abstain. I don't think I was
You're-
there. December 5th.
December 5th.
Sorry.
I think you were.
You need neither of you
Yes.
were there.
Yeah. I was
On
the
the
one
fifth?
on
The 5th, you're right. I was
Sean
not there.
and
The 12th
Maggie,
we
but
were there.
Okay.
you don't. Oh,
You're right.
yeah.
Right,
I
so,
wasn't there on the 5th.
yes, so you abstain and the rest are,
And I abstained too.
and you abstain too. Okay, great, thank you. So our next official meeting dates, we have our next meeting January 6th, and then we have a little break, and our regular scheduled meeting is on January 23rd. So, which we should have some good things on the 6th and the 23rd. The next will be the discussion of budgeting for MAPC. Julia, if you just wanted to give a little sort of update on Cheyenne's conversation with MAPC and Josh.
Yeah, well, if we're going to have a forum and extend the contract, we're going to have to dig into the planning board budget, which hasn't been touched in fiscal year. So we have 50,000 in there that we can draw from, and there's still about 1,300 left over from their contract, their existing contract.
Okay, great. So, and we're just waiting right now to hear what that would be. And I had told Cheyenne that I thought we should probably extend through March just to make sure that we have time to get our public forums in, have time to update anything that we need to update on that. And, you know.
So the public forum is intended to be the zoning and the guidelines?
I think we could, yeah, I think Josh was saying he could present both.
Because we as a board haven't really discussed the language of the zoning.
Right, which
So
we need to
I
do
was
before
wondering,
the forum.
yeah,
Yeah.
that we should do that. I think it's been a while since he delivered it. And I think he had a memo that he supplied to us for the last meeting, I think, or when he was here for the guidelines, a memo regarding the zoning itself, not the guidelines. So I'd like to discuss the memo as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we felt like we needed him here in terms of at some point being able to ask him questions about the language of the zoning itself.
He is scheduled to come on January 6th.
Okay. And is that?
So if we
and
could have had a
that's for the
chance to
zoning?
review.
Okay.
I think we'll be prepared to discuss both. But I
Okay.
think if folks have time over the holidays, we could, begin to answer questions. Nothing has to be finalized on the 6th, but it might be just a good chance to overview.
Is there one that's more important? The guidelines?
Well, the guidelines
or
can be
the-
adopted by us at any time,
Okay.
whereas the zoning,
That's-
is a town meeting. And if we're thinking May town meeting, it seems like if we want to do a forum, which there's been a lot of process, but I think having people have a chance, whether it needs to be a forum for that or whether it needs to be a public hearing, I'm not certain, which we think would be the best, but we need the public hearing anyway.
For the article, yeah.
For the article. So if we If we need it, if we want to request any revision of Josh, I think it would be good to focus on the 6th, on the language of the zoning and his memo,
Okay.
just to give us time
Right.
to have another round if we need it.
Exactly, because I haven't had much time to spend with the language for the zoning, so I would like to.
Me too.
And again, this will be the start of a conversation. If things come up, we
I
can.
mean, the only thing I liked about the public forum was I felt like when it was at the Arts Center, there was a pretty good turnout of people of East Milton Square. When we have public hearings here, no one really shows up.
I don't know what
Is
this
there-
is the tough time of year.
Yeah.
Just right before Christmas. Whether it's by Zoom or in person, I think if we do a forum, then, it's another presentation that's probably similar to the presentation that he's already given. So I think we'd want to be clear about what we would want to learn from the forum,
Yeah.
or how we would use information from the forum. Because we're at the end of their contract, if we're going to, so let me just say, for example, Milton Village, when we did that, we ended up modifying the zoning ourselves after it was submitted by MAPC, and we did the design guidelines after as well.
We separated those. We broke them out.
Yeah.
and did those separately.
So I just also, it would need to be clear to the public what design standards are in the zoning versus design guidelines, and the guidelines and how they work. So anyway, I just hate to see us repeat process that we've already gone through, because people get frustrated if they feel like they've participated and they've given their feedback, and then it's coming back again. So I think we just need to be really clear about where we are in the process and what we're looking for from it, so they don't feel like their prior input wasn't taken into
And I
consideration.
don't necessarily have an opinion.
Yeah.
I was just sort of wondering where would we get more participation? And
Yeah.
it could be on
And I think
Zoom.
the East Milton residents have requested another form, just so they know what the final version is starting to look like.
Okay.
So, yeah, so when Cheyenne gets back, we can, we'll hopefully get some sort of a cost estimate on that, and then we can decide as a board if that's, appropriate funds to spend.
Can we do in-person and Zoom at the same time?
Yeah.
We can do that here. Can we do it down at the Arts Center?
I'm trying to remember if he set that up. I don't know. We might have to move it to the Council on Aging because we could do it there. I don't think the Milton Arts Center has that
I think,
capability, but we can.
I think physically being at the Arts Center draws people. It's
Yeah.
it's the neighborhood of, so
Yeah.
anyhow.
Yeah, I think there was a really good turnout on that. Okay, and we can discuss that further too.
Meredith, do you,
Yeah.
or Julia, do you have, Cheyenne had sent us an email, I'm looking for it now, kind of outlining schedule that's required for the zoning articles. And I wanted to look at those January dates, or talk about those January dates, and maybe we
have
can
that,
do it
Julia, that,
under the zoning, but.
When was it sent?
It was back around Thanksgiving. I feel like it was it was before.
I'll try to dig it up.
And it just really has to do with the agenda for
Getting to
those
the-
two January meetings, I think is
Yeah.
the reason I was.
It would be quicker for me to just get the printout upstairs.
Okay.
Okay, sorry to.
Yeah, we can
send
talk
you off.
about those, keeping with that schedule. I think, we're tracking tonight. We'll be opening our public hearing. I think site plan and the map are getting close to being complete, and I think we can make some good headway tonight on ADU and sort of have that. And again, this, because I just, in watching the meeting, these aren't final. We're waiting for public, feedback, if there's anything that people want to add. So even though things have been sent over, I know the site plan approval has already been sent over to town council just to begin the process of looking through it. And the select board, has voted to submit those based on our wanting to submit these articles, but it doesn't mean it's not in final draft form, so.
Excuse me. I think the email you're looking for is November 25th.
I think I just found it too. Thanks, Jim. And so she outlines needing the first draft of documents by the second week of January. And then
We just, here's Julia.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the 25th. Perfect.
And
Yeah,
thank you, Julia. And then the final draft by the third week of January. So I think just in terms of those agendas, Meredith, we want to devote some, probably at least on the ADU, because it's not as far along. The site plan
And by
amendment.
by the 23rd of January, then HLC they would have closed the public comment period.
Yeah, they said their
right,
goal
good
was
point.
to have a model bylaw by the 2nd also, by the 2nd of February. So,
So maybe the ADU is a good chunk of time on the 23rd.
Because we're pretty much done with the first draft of site plan review, right?
right.
I mean, I'd like to see
The ADU, after attending, well, we can talk about that when we
Yeah,
get
we'll
down
get
to
to the
ADU.
ADU, yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, let's do that. But this is good to have this schedule in front of us, and I think we're tracking to be fine with getting these in advance and giving the warrant committee the time that they need, because I feel like they always get things last minute and things are changed, and so as final as it can be before they receive it, I think they would appreciate it too. Okay, so
Then just one last thing on schedule then. So can we find out when the warrant will open for the May town meeting? So if we're thinking about the schedule for the East Milton, that we can
Look at that, have
we
Cheyenne
can
get
back that in.
Yep,
Okay, thanks.
yeah. I know they've been mentioning some dates, but I don't want to say for sure, so. Okay, so, and discussion for the ADU state statute questions. So there is a very short period of time for public comment on the ADU and anything that we want more information on. I listened to the first session. I think others listened to the second session. So when we discuss ADU, we can talk about some of these things that are outstanding. But one of the things that I've actually reached out to Nick on, because the question in the regulations is similar to what happened with the MBTA, where the definition of what they put a subway station is expansive of what the language is in the statute. So the regulations expands subway definition where it's more narrowly defined. It's more narrow in the actual statute itself. So I think any comment that we should have on that, we should have, I think, it written by town council or by Kevin Martin, so that that we are consistent with what our arguments, the town's arguments are, in what we're stating. So it should be. We're not lawyers, so I would want anything that we want to say, and maybe in general, in other comments too, put together and approved by legal counsel.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that you're thinking about where parking space is required or not required.
Yeah, it's within that half mile of a subway station, which,
So
Because when I listened in, it said, maybe.
or bus.
It's an extension of. It's just not a subway. It's an extension
And
of.
they're adding on to
Yeah,
subway.
so that caught my attention, and I'm like, where is that in any defined language? So I too heard that there was an expansion of a definition, so that would be good to get some clarity on.
But I think Well, I think asking town council is fine, but they can, these two laws, I think, are different laws, and these guidelines are different guidelines. So what they determined to be triggering a parking space being required or not required, I don't think you can equate to the same thing as the MBTA communities, but I think you could ask town council that.
I think it's the concept that regulations or guidelines are more expansive than the scope of what's in the actual statute itself. And I think, again, that just is something that I would like to, I think we should comment on.
They should be more expansive because the statute's very short. So they're going to come up with more detail. They have to. I mean, that's the whole idea about
But the
giving them the
detail
power.
is supposed to be supporting the statute. So it's supposed to be supporting what is in the law, not changing, not going outside of what the law says.
But what's your concern then about what's in there relative to, the only thing that's triggering of a definition for subway or transit has to do with parking space requirement, right?
Yes, that is what it is.
That's the only thing here.
Right.
So then the question is, because they include bus stops where you can flag,
Right.
it's the whole bus line, and they say the subway or extension. I mean, of any place that
With
people
an
walk,
extension.
that walk to it, the trolley is the best place that people walk to a mode of transportation right now. So to require a parking space near the trolley, I think it's counterintuitive, but I mean,
Yeah, I don't want to,
I think that's, I think we just need to be clear about what it is about those guidelines or regulations that they're developing that we have concern about from a practical point of view.
Right.
Because like for me, I had a question, like you raised, Jim, can we put a minimum unit size in? I mean, that is a question I think should.
Occupancy, right?
That would
A
be
minimum unit
occupancy.
size.
And
Yeah.
whether you can have a limit on the number of occupants per bedroom.
Yeah.
And, those to me are really important things to get answered.
Both are. I think I completely agree.
Yeah, so I think it's a bigger question than just the ADU. So, in the MAPC language, it says definitions, and then you go to subway station, and it says any of the stops along the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, red line, green line, orange line, silver line, or blue line, including any extensions or additions to such lines. So my fear is more than just in the ADU.
That's the only statute that it is, though.
I know, but I'm just wondering, is that going to be the new definition that state agencies are going to be using when it hasn't gone through the whole process of being through the legislature to be changed? To change definitions, there's a process. So I'm just afraid that all of a sudden this language is going to show up somewhere else. And maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist, maybe. But that is my bigger fear, is we need to make sure that the definitions are the same. It doesn't matter if it's being used in an ADU bylaw or an MBTA bylaw or whatever else bylaw in the future. A subway station should be legally defined somewhere by the legislature or by state statute. So I just want it to be consistent. So then we don't have any questions down the line.
But I agree with you to your point too, and that was just a piece of something that I think we should get legal counsel on. But
Yeah, I think, well,
but
anyway,
the questions that are the real
substantive, we would
Yeah.
want to submit comment on, to
Right.
me, at least those two,
Yeah.
can we put a minimum unit size? They gave us a maximum, but they didn't give us a minimum. And can we put a 2-person per bedroom occupancy limit on it? Those are really important,
Yeah.
I think. And then another question that I had to do with, can like we talked about before, Meredith, if you have a carriage house that is
Right.
a pre-existing non-conforming and is 2 feet off, and somebody says, well, I can't do it here, so I'm going to tear it down and I'll do a conforming one, can we put in something where it's a special permit process for those? Because we'd like to encourage the conversion of the carriage house instead of the tearing down of the conversion, or tearing down of
Yeah.
the carriage house. So that was I know on the webinar on Monday, it was a little unclear how they felt about the pre-existing non-conforming. I felt anyway. So that's another important one. We have so many homes that are pre-existing non-conforming, and I don't think those should be ineligible, because I think what it says in there by definition, let me look at that definition
So are we getting
too.
into the discussion right now?
I was gonna
or
say
should
Well,
we-
that's
should
what
wait?
we're talking about, the comments, I thought.
With comments, but maybe
Oh,
we
that's on the
should.
agenda for comments, I'm sorry, that's what we were on.
Yeah, but I think when we get
Okay, it just seems like we're
into.
taking a deep dive into ADUs. If you want to do
Okay.
that now, let's do it. I mean, Walter White's here. Or,
Well, let's.
All right,
we
I just
need
was
to do
looking at the
citizens speak.
agenda item
But
of
yeah.
discussion of ADU
So those are the.
statute
So those are the
questions.
type of things that I don't think we need to finalize tonight. But my only point I'm putting that on the agenda is that we only have until January 10th. They basically have given us 20 days. You know, the week of Christmas and the week of New Year's to come up with public comments.
Great weeks
So
for that, yeah.
I know, hoping that that's not intentional, but it's a tight time frame. So just so we can be getting our thoughts together and be prepared, and we can have that as part of our conversation, because I think those are all really good
so if we have any
examples.
questions to submit, we want to do it as a board and run it by town council first, is what I'm getting?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
In terms to meet that deadline, our next meeting is the 6th.
Right,
We need to have our comments ready for the 6th.
Right.
And then go to town council right after the 6th?
yeah.
And then
So,
submit them by the 10th?
so maybe what we should decide to do is have everyone submit their comments to Cheyenne as soon as possible, and then she can then forward them to town council, and just if there's any questions.
When is Cheyenne due back, Julia, from her vacation?
Christmas Eve. So she'll be back after Christmas.
After Christmas.
So, can I just mention this one last thing?
Yeah.
That was, we're going to go on, I know, but because it was on my mind, the definition of principal dwelling, we might want to look at and see if we want to comment on, because it does say, regardless of whether it conforms to zoning, including use requirements, dimensional requirements such as setbacks, bulk, height, etc. So right now they're saying that those are automatic, and so I guess we should think about what the implications of that might be. Like if we have a place where, like I said, most of ours are pre-existing non-conforming.
And I think that's where we can address a detached structure. And I have some language, because we have that as accessory structure, as we don't have that defined yet. And in another area, I found some language in another ADU that sort of says that, because the way I'm interpreting it is they're saying it's allowed for within a non-conforming structure, which would make sense, and in addition of that non-conforming structure.
But couldn't we
it's
put it?
not the detached, because that's where we're going to run into issues in Milton, because we've got a lot of non-conforming where we have garages that sit right on the property line, and two garages that sit right next to each other, literally. So
I guess
when we
my-
get into it, and Walter's here, just smiling because he knows,
Well, and the other thing about it is if you have pre-existing non-conforming and you do an addition that's going to have the ADU, shouldn't that, I think right now that addition's required to meet the zoning, but, so
It would.
is anything in this contrary to that? It's something I just want to look at and
because
understand.
I'm interpreting it to mostly be within, a non-conforming structure, which should be allowed. I think that seems reasonable.
And the other question I had is under the definitions where it says single-family residential dwelling. And again, I'm looking at the MAPC. they have it defined. So under single-family residential dwelling, it says a structure on a lot containing not more than one dwelling unit.
You say MAPC or
I mean
the state?
I mean,
HLC, you mean?
yeah, no, I think it was, I wrote down MAPC. I think they had a draft that they were looking at.
Does it say 760
protected
CMR at the top?
760 CMR, 71 protected use accessory dwelling units.
Well, maybe you got it from MAPC, but I think it's issued by
Oh, is it?
HLC.
Okay. So a single-family dwelling, it says not more than one dwelling unit. So does it, are we?
So we are allowed to limit to one.
Okay, so this is it excludes two families.
No.
Yeah, so that's,
Well, here's I read like a principal dwelling unit includes, let's go back and find it.
I read it as any residential parcel can add an ADU.
Right.
I'm not a lawyer, but that's the way I
what
took it.
yeah, so
That's the way I read it too, and I'm trying to find where that is.
Two-family and you want to do an ADU, you can.
Yeah, so if you have a two-family, each unit can do a
No,
ADU.
that's where we can limit it by lot.
Okay,
Parcel, the residential zone.
okay, so that's what that single-family residential dwelling is, a structure on a lot containing not more than one dwelling unit.
That just identifies what a
That's-
single-family residential
yeah.
dwelling is,
But a
regardless of where
dwelling
it is.
unit is
Livable.
a single housing unit providing complete independent living facilities. So are we sure that if you have a two-family, only one EDU can be put on it?
You know what, let's
that's the way I read it.
pause and save this conversation
Okay.
so we can move into the ADU
Yeah.
discussion.
But that was
I
my
think these
question
are all good.
for town council,
Very good, that's good. Yes.
Or the building department.
or the,
And yes. Okay, so we realize if we do want to get our comments, we just have a very brief time to do that.
You can send them to me and I can put them.
Or we can put them, yeah, even if we have them,
Yeah,
right. You
beautiful.
can send them to Julia, and Julia can be starting to put those together. So the next, moving to number 3 is citizens speak. If there's anyone from the public who would like to speak on anything that is not on the agenda, please feel free, or you will have time on the agenda item to speak. Is there anyone on Zoom that you're seeing? Any hands up?
I mean, there's people on Zoom, but no.
But no hands are raised to speak, to citizens speak. Okay. Great, so now it is past 7:05, so we can open our public hearing for our warrant articles. We have our site plan approval, bylaw discussion, zoning map amendment discussion, and our ADU discussion. And we have with us tonight Walter White, our building inspector, and anyone else from the public who would like to speak on these items. Does anyone have a preference on where we start? Should we just move quickly with our site plan approval bylaw? Is there any further changes or comments to what we have currently been working with on that? Maybe we can move through those
Is there a
quickly.
clean copy that we have that can be circulated, or did I miss that, or?
On the site plan
It's in the
approval?
folder.
This
Yeah.
one is in the folder
The
from,
folder.
Yeah, pulling it up.
Yes, I did, Mr. Thing.
Here. Video, map amendment.
I got it. I'm sure this is pretty good. I'd just like to print this and read it. I didn't get a chance to. But, I mean,
Okay.
I don't want to
I
drag down the
have
conversation.
questions, comments, I mean,
What was your-
accepting them.
Okay, we've got it pulled up here, so that's great. Can you
no, I
enlarge
can't.
that?
This
Yeah.
is from the folder. Let me open that. Okay, I've got it open.
Do you think we should tackle ADU first, seeing
If
as he's
Walter's
sitting
here.
there?
Yeah, we can, and then
Jump into this?
go back to the others. All right, that's fine with me. Should we move to do the ADU first? Because I know you had something, but it's small,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I'm not sure if it's small.
Okay.
Nothing we do here is small.
All right, let's do, it is sort of nice to tackle ADU while we're fresh
Yeah. Not hitting it.
and can walk through that. Sorry, Julia, can you pull that up? And we can begin our discussion, but Walter, if you want to join us here and any, comments that we make, or you can sort of hear where we're going on in our discussion. Was there anything in general that you would like to mention in advance, or would you like to sort of listen and comment from your experience?
Listen and comment.
Okay, great. And anyone else who has any comments from the audience? I know, Marion, you've been very experienced with different, the temporary apartment bylaw, and so when the time comes, if you would like to speak to that. All right, so let's pull that up.
So just, I think one
Yeah.
thing that, Meredith, we mentioned a couple of things, but I'm not sure anybody who's watching is aware that these draft regulations are out, and
Yeah.
that webinars were held this week and last week, and those are on HLC's website. So if anybody wants to look into
point.
that, because it does control what we can do in a bylaw. Some people who might wonder why we do or don't propose certain things in the bylaw should be aware that there's a lot coming out of HLC, which is empowered by the legislature to do it.
Right.
I just want to set that
Right.
framework.
Yeah, and we're limited, in
Yeah.
many respects. Okay, so our last discussion, I think we had moved through the purpose and intent, and we were sort of good with that. Does anyone have any changes to the purpose and intent?
So we're going to start at the beginning, because at the beginning it says about removing language for the, is that the temporary apartment?
Yes, we could actually back up on that, because
So we talked about, and even Sean said that he wanted some time to think about it, and I sort of was thinking about it, that I'm not sure if we want to get rid of the language for the temporary apartment. I was sort of thinking that this new bylaw is sort of like an overlay zoning bylaw. So it comes and you just kind of plop it over your existing. So if we kept the temporary apartment bylaw in place for those people who still want it, and for the reasons that you mentioned last week, it's still there. And if anything should ever happen to an ADU bylaw, if it goes away, if it gets changed, then we as a town, we're not starting all over from scratch. So we have something in place that we're used to. It's my understanding that nobody's ever been denied a temporary apartment permit. Yeah, it is a little bit onerous. You do have to apply for it every few years, and sometimes you forget. And so maybe we need to make the temporary apartment bylaw a little bit better. As we tried to do a couple years ago. But I don't think we should get rid of it. I think we should keep it.
one of the things that was interesting, and I listened to the first session, and I want to go back and hear the second session, but that HLC did say that towns could keep their existing ADU, whatever program or whatever zoning that they already had in place, they would be allowed to. They have to do this by right. Any homeowner can do this, but if somebody wanted to continue with something such as the temporary apartment bylaw article or zoning, that they would be allowed to do that. So that was a question I think that I had is, are we even allowed to do that? And HLC said in that first session that we were able to. The other thing that I was thinking about in the part of the regulations is that we have to be accountable for any new ADU. We actually have to do an annual report reporting how many ADUs have been created during that year. So whatever we do decide, it's, the building department, if they we can't just let them all of a sudden become an ADU without having any sort of process through the building department, because then we won't have an actual account of what the ADU is and if it is in compliance with our new ADU bylaw. So I just was thinking just from a number standpoint. And the other thing, in counting, these ADUs will count towards against our SHI. So when we're accounting for those, where the temporary apartment bylaws the temporary apartments do not count towards SHI. So that is something, as we're trying to get towards our 10% affordable housing, these are not going to be counted as affordable, even though they'll be less expensive by the size. But it will actually, an ADU will actually, and we'll have to report those numbers, will count against our SHI. So just for an accountability purpose, that might be something that we want to consider. Marion, do you want to come and share your thoughts too? And we don't have to decide this tonight, but it's
Just a comment on retaining the temporary apartment bylaw, however you choose to do it. There are a lot of conditions and restrictions in that bylaw that you may not really want to continue, so you may want to revise it. There's a difference. There are some people who have these apartments who only want them this way. So they only want a temporary apartment. They don't want a permanent two-family characterization of their home. It may affect their taxes, for example, or something like that. But also because it just exactly suits what they want to do. So they want to have a temporary apartment for a relative, but maybe it could be for a close friend. I don't know. But for a limited period of time, it will always have to be temporary. So you have to have some means for coming back and reapplying. I don't think you can avoid that if you're going to call it a temporary apartment. But while people do forget, sometimes it's not that onerous. They come back, they always seem to get them approved. There never seems to be a problem. The reason, it has to do with the value and also the fact that many people might not really want to have an accessory apartment. We're not sure how many people will really want to have a tenant in their home. An ADU is a very particular type of tenant, and the arrangements are particular to each family. So I'm not sure, you did discuss, modifications of the language when Alex Whiteside was still here. And there were some modifications suggested, and I probably have them in my notes somewhere. They weren't major, but one of them was you could have your permit renewed just by doing certain things with the building department. I don't think you lose the temporary status by doing that. Might be a good idea, might not be necessary. So my first thought when I knew you were going over this is I thought, why not just write the temporary apartment into the ADUs? But I don't really think you can do that, because from what you're saying, ADUs will have a particular effect. They'll be countable towards the SHI. There's all kinds of restrictions or restrictions on limiting the ADUs. So I think you have to keep it as a separate bylaw. I agree with that if that's the way you're thinking, you're trending. And if you don't have time to do anything, and it works in terms of what you're writing for the regular ADUs, I recommend that you do leave it as is for now and then work on whether you want to modify the language over time. Don't try, if you don't have time to do everything, you don't have a whole lot of time to try to draft this. So I hadn't really thought about it that way, but quite a few people that I've worked with on these permits have contacted me. Some of them would be very interested in applying for their units to be ADUs. Some of them don't care and don't want them to be. So I was surprised by that a little bit, but then when I thought about it, it makes sense. So those are my comments.
I view these as distinctly different. The temporary apartment bylaw, I said this in the last meeting, although we didn't get into it at length. I've witnessed it amongst my neighborhood, and some of my friends function really well for the intended purpose of a temporary apartment bylaw. In the cases that I've witnessed, it's been for parents that are at a stage of life where they can't necessarily live on their own, but they really don't want to be in an assisted living facility. It's worked terrific. And I think we're going to really muddy the waters if we try to take a temporary apartment bylaw and the benefits of it and weave it into an ADU. I think we're going to create a tremendous amount of challenge in terms of doing that. If there's something that's not correct in how we like that, how the temporary apartment bylaw is written right now, we should consider amending it. I think amending it now will be a lot easier than the amendment that we were trying to do before there was an ADU. Because there was an awful lot of discussion about, you know, amending the ADU, and there was some initiative to try to make the temporary apartment bylaw something different than what it was because of the desire to have an ADU, right? You probably recall that. That was at least not that long ago. So that's no longer an issue. There's going to be an ADU.
By right.
By right. So I think the challenge with updating the temporary apartment bylaw is no longer the challenge like it had been previously. But, you know, I, like Marion, think that there's an awful lot of people that want to modify their home for the purpose of a temporary apartment bylaw, but not make it a modification that aligns with what an ADU is. I definitely have questions on the ADU, but I think we should leave them separate. And you know, I do think it actually affords someone who might have a temporary apartment that's not a legal temporary apartment now an opportunity to make that temporary apartment, which really probably was never really going to be a temporary apartment, now they have an opportunity to make it a legal ADU. And I think for the town, it gives us a chance to clean up some, like some of the language in here that we have right now. It reads, encourage, I think, encourage a unit that's not permitted. It should be require a unit that's not permitted. I don't think there should be any, you know, I don't think there should be any flexibility there. If you have a unit that's not permitted legally, now it has to become legally permitted, and you have an option. You could either make it a legally permitted a temporary apartment bylaw, you could comply with that, or you could comply with the ADU, but you can't have an illegal unit. So,
I just have, one other comment, because there are two sections in our bylaw for apartments. The other one is an as-of-right caretaker apartment in an accessory building. It's an old part of the bylaw, maybe original to 1938, I'm not sure. Not used much at all anymore, but it has been used a few times recently. And it's as of right, but you have to be somebody who works on the premises in a capacity that's related to the residential use. So that actually relates, for example, to a nanny apartment. But in the old days, it would probably have been, the stable person or whatever, the groundskeeper maybe, or something like that. Again, that's a pretty unique provision. I'm not really sure you need to do anything with it right now. It's not often used, but there are situations where somebody might choose to use that. And again, it has to be limited, and really, I don't know, I think it's varied how it's been handled by the building department, but at very least, really, the building department should require an affidavit from the building permit applicant saying this will be used in this way, so that then if there's a violation, you have an affidavit to refer back to. So that's my only other comment. I don't know what section that is, but it's in there, and you can find it. And so, in one way I thought, oh, we'll do ADUs and all this will go away. But I can see, over the years I've come to see the value of that, and I certainly see the value of the temporary apartment bylaw.
Right.
And it honestly does take some extra time. You have to go to the Board of Appeals. But it's not a controversial process. Almost never has there been a problem. When there has been a little bit of a problem, it gets ironed out, and it's usually because a neighbor has another issue that they want to resolve. That's what happens when you have an application to the Board of Appeals, but it gets worked out.
So I just found the section. It's section 275-3.2 under A. It's number 6. I think this is what you're referring to. Accessory use shall not include dwellings except there may be constructed as part of a garage or stable, family living quarters for, and to be occupied only by an employee or the owner or occupant of the dwelling to which such garage stable is an accessory use, provided, however, that such employee is of the typical customarily incident to the said use of dwelling. That's it? Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the end of my comments.
Oh, good.
I'll sit and listen, but.
Yeah, so it's in there. That's
Meredith, if we could, on that particular topic, what Marion offered, and since we have Walter here, and thank you, Walter, for joining us tonight, can we ask Walter if he has a comment on what Marion suggested?
I would say keep the temporary apartment, just leave it the way it is, unless and until someone from HLC tells you that it's, the ADU bylaw nullifies the temporary apartment. Anybody can build an ADU and then have the option of decommissioning it down the road whenever they don't want to have it anymore, for whatever reason. And the same with the one you just mentioned, that goes back to when people had chauffeurs and
Yeah.
domestic help, and they lived in the barn or the carriage house. There's plenty of them around town that were built like in the 1800s, and you could just leave that there. It's not. You could, I suppose, you could almost eliminate it because it's not practical today because not many people have chauffeurs and domestic help and stuff like that that really need that.
Yeah.
But I would just leave that there, leave the temporary apartments there.
So to be clear, the ADU law now has ADUs as long as they meet the definition and the requirements in the statute and in the regulations, they're protected use like a Dover Amendment use. So when an application comes into the building department, it can't be subject to special permit or like the temporary apartment is. So it's going to have to be very clear that it's reviewed against the protected use first. That's what the law says.
I don't understand, I'm not getting what you're,
All right, you said we'll keep it as a temporary apartment there.
if someone wants a temporary apartment,
Yeah,
they can
so-
apply for a temporary apartment.
But somebody might apply for something and not know whether to call it a temporary apartment or an ADU, given how difficult our zoning bylaw is. Or they might not know about this caretaker provision. And I guess the default for the building department is going to have to be the protected use first. And if it meets the protected use, then it gets approved.
Well, I mean, we'd
Right.
ask them what they were intending, whether they wanted an ADU or they wanted a temporary apartment or they wanted a chauffeur's apartment.
That doesn't
I'm
sound so
just-
difficult, right?
No, I mean, we wouldn't be not, I mean, we obviously have to allow them by right now.
But, well,
So
no,
I don't-
you don't have to allow the temporary apartments. Those are only
No, I'm
by
talking
special
about the
permit.
ADU. So I don't see that as a problem, I guess is what I'm saying.
Marion, did you want to come say something to that?
Why don't you just stay at the table?
You can stay up here. Yeah.
And not disagreeing with anything anyone said. Just a point that just occurred to me because you were listening to your previous discussion. So here's the unique use perhaps for the employee apartment. You have an accessory building, you have a stable, or what was a stable, a carriage house, one of these beautiful places, estates with a big house. It's too close to the lot line, so it's not pre-existing, non-conforming. I believe from what you're saying in your discussion that possibly an ADU could not be put into that pre-existing non-conforming accessory building because it's too close to the lot line. But the employee apartment could be, and if that's the use they're looking for, that someone's looking for, it's a narrow use, it would be useful to keep it. That's all I'm saying. Now, maybe as a planning board, you don't want to do that. You don't want, don't want these carriage houses allowed for that use when they're non-conforming. That's something you have to think about. But it would be a difference between the way the ADU would apply and the way this use would apply. So still say, good idea.
And I think we would try to for those historic structures, carriage houses and barns that are beautiful, we want to see those maintained. And so we would like to find a way. The question that we would maybe even both for a temporary apartment and an ADU is to allow that by special permit in certain circumstances. And I think we would have to get there and sort of define actually at what conditions, what occasions we would want to see it, not just put, send it everything everything that has a garage on the lot line. We don't want the ZBA to have to deal with everyone who has a non-conforming structure if it's not, something that we would find significant. So we would have to maybe ask town council and ask HLC what language would be appropriate for that.
Yeah, certainly, just as a comment, anything you can do to promote preserving interesting historic structures that have architectural value would be great. It's just sometimes tricky writing that into bylaws, but it really would be great, because we do have a number of those in Milton.
We do.
You hate to see them go away.
Yeah.
so.
So is there, on that, the stable one, there's not a date that the age of the stable or the house has to be, is there?
No, but we could, if we wanted, create that language where we could say anything older than 75 years would trigger or would allow that.
Well, there are some, I think, that are more recent that have been,
True, yeah.
you know, preserved, I would think, or
Not that they were preserved, but maybe that they were
they were
original.
yeah, they were original and then rehabbed, or I don't,
And we can talk about that, yeah, I think when we get to that point in the language, trying to work out something that would be reasonable to the ZBA, and somehow get what we want achieved, and not just send everything.
So if you wanted to keep the temporary apartment for now, if you go to back to the document, you still need to strike the portion which is,
What page you on, Cheryl?
It's
so
on
it's
our-
the very beginning.
first
of-
Our
Page.
first,
Yeah.
we're on our first.
still on the first page.
But if you look, there's two things that are suggested to be stricken. Only one of them is the temporary apartment. And the number 3.26 is a definition of an accessory use not including a dwelling. So that cannot be. So that has to be stricken, because that's contrary to the definition of the ADU. So if you go back to that,
What page are you on?
So
Yeah, I'm not.
if you,
by
at the very
striking, this
beginning,
is the,
it says the motion is at the very top.
yeah, by striking
So
that.
what you don't do, you're only going to strike section 3.2, subsection A, paragraph 6, because that's the definition. And then you're going to delete the part that says, and section 3.1I, because that's the temporary apartment.
I have a question. If we're going to leave everything as is, why would we be striking anything?
Well, you can't have a country, you can't say, keep in our zoning that says that an accessory use can't include a dwelling when an ADU is an accessory use.
Well, we're going to call it a temporary apartment.
The temporary apartment's covered elsewhere,
That's,
so that's separate.
Okay.
So if you don't want to strike the temporary apartment, then you get rid of the words after the parenthetical 6. You delete the words and section 3.1I.
so it's just
And-
delete section 3.2 subsection A paragraph 6.
Right,
period.
which is what Tim had identified needed to be done, which I agree with, because if you go to it, which I'm reading right now, if I go to that paragraph section, I'm on the zoning code online, it's 3.26, which we've got here. It says accessory use shall not include dwellings, except that there may be constructed as part of a
That's what I just
garage
read.
or stable, right? So it's
We
that,
want to keep that too, so we don't want to strike.
you can't, you gotta at least strike shall not include dwellings, because, well,
It doesn't accept.
well, if we don't do this, I don't know, we should ask town council,
That's what I was
because we
going to say.
have,
Let's get
we have
clarification
to,
from town council, because that,
so I would say, Julia, here, put a note, or I can,
Yeah.
actually, if we're all sharing the same document, I'll just add, here's what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get rid of this. You see, is it happening up here, what I'm doing?
Yep.
All right, and then what I'm gonna do is add a note.
town council. Yeah, because that paragraph 6 is what we were just mentioning.
Did you do that big font on purpose? Good call.
The reason to do it as an accept, as two accepts, is that the Milton zoning bylaw still remains a bylaw where single-family residential zoning is what we have. But there are exceptions, and the ADU is now going to become an exception to that. And so, I mean, but town council will give you the best advice on what the language should be. And I didn't even see what you had written before, so I apologize. I haven't reviewed it, so.
That's okay.
Yeah,
It's-
but-
this
yeah,
is just the, you know, when you put these striking, right, you have to look at what the language is, which is, you know, generally was the temporary apartment was one of it, but the second part, or the first part of this was in the definition section of an accessory use, right? And
the
so,
definitions need to be consistent with the changes in the zoning.
yeah.
So you're right to be going back and looking at them.
Yeah, so that's where town council, I think, has to
Right.
advise.
Right. And
And then this would be a new section, the accessory dwelling unit section. So if you
Right.
keep scrolling down,
inserting the following, yeah.
actually, yeah.
Oh, scrolling down to where?
Down here.
No, just going to,
Number 2,
Yeah, we're not
Just
that far
inserting the
ahead.
following.
just, yeah, right there, section, right there. Section, accessory dwelling units, just scroll a little bit further down. Right there. You know, if you look at that as compared to the law, again, under purpose in what we've been provided is to encourage the production of accessory dwelling units. So it's, I don't know, again, if we need to make the purpose consistent with what HLC has put out. So that's another question I have for town council.
Yeah, because that's what
So I will,
I mean, I thought
Flag that
number
as a question for
one
town
was,
council.
was an obvious statement of fact. So I didn't necessarily think that added anything. And I kind of thought that number 5 should be number 1. So the purpose of this subsection is to help the town meet its housing needs without detracting from its historic character and existing patterns of development. So I feel like that gets lost at number 5. And isn't that what we keep talking about, is we want to meet our housing needs without detracting. So I think that should be number 1. And maybe the numbering doesn't matter, but I think anything in number 1 takes priority.
That's a good point.
I mean, I think they all could just be bullet
Yeah.
points because I don't really think that I don't see them as having priority one over the other myself.
For me,
Because-
it was more of a formatting that we just want to be consistent with lowercase versus uppercase. And then the grammar in 8, we want to be consistent where I would say, instead of providing, provide. To be
Yeah, I had
Which one?
grammatically
also.
consistent and,
In 6,
yeah.
all right, so you were,
If we're saying encourage, increase, allow, 8 should be provide. And
You
then,
want 5 moved to the top?
just leave it for now, I think, otherwise it's gonna, that's like a
Yeah, I'm less-
formatting thing, I think. I'm
But then
sorry, on
either we
6
have
you
to-
said, I'm sorry, I just did the capitalization, what would you say?
the
in 6?
capitalization, no, it was 8, was just
Oh,
provide.
and
yeah.
8, provide, okay, and Julia did that, okay.
So also on 8, I had just a question about financially maintain their single-family home. You know, I thought financial hardship doesn't qualify for zoning relief. You know, why would we include financial in this?
Well, this isn't, you're not doing a variance. You're doing an
No.
SDR use.
Yeah, but I guess, do we write zoning based on financial hardship? I guess would be my question there. I don't know. Just-
Well, who's going to arbitrate that too?
It's
Oh, I'm
not-
just saying,
it's not
take
a
the word
criteria.
It's not, yeah, it's,
But
Criteria.
it's a goal,
just one of
it's
the
a purpose.
purposes
It's just
served
one of
by
the-
your
Okay.
legislation,
Yeah.
but, I mean, it's up to the planning board, honestly, I don't.
Yeah, I think it's okay, because
something
there
that
are people
popped
that
into
it
my
would
head.
help them to be able to stay in their home and,
Okay.
Can we go back to 7 for a minute and ask Walter what his, I've already expressed my, Walter,
on number
that's-
7,
Sorry.
Sean,
I've already expressed my point of view on this, Walter. I'm curious to know what yours is. The way it's written right now, it says encourage the permitting of properties that over time were converted to temporary apartments without approval. I don't think encourage is the right word. I think require is the
Require?
appropriate word. You know,
Well,
They're required right now to
They
be
are
in
required.
violation.
right?
I mean,
But
if they're discovered, they're in violation.
Yeah.
So we would tell them to either apply for a permit or take them out.
Yeah.
So we should just use the word require. Change encourage to require.
Well, the thing is, we're not removing the temporary apartment piece of it, so,
This is without approval, though. You're referring to without
Yeah.
approval.
I'm just wondering why, this is related to something which doesn't apply to ADUs, right? Because ADUs are something now which somebody would apply for, and this is something that exists, that's not really an ADU, it's a temporary apartment.
So
But it
could
has
be-
proper
Mixing and
But it
matching.
would be an illegal temporary
Yes, so I was
apartment.
going to say, so instead of calling it a temporary without approval, just say an illegal dwelling or an illegal,
well, it does say
Well, you
were
could-
created without proper permits.
Well, I think you could say a dwelling unit then, at that point, because it just seems like you don't want to mix up, the temporary apartment has a specific place.
I see what you're
And
saying.
now it could be,
Yeah, so it should be a dwelling, it should be converted to a,
Well,
over time, we're
anytime,
converted to accessory dwelling units. I mean, because temporary
Yeah.
apartments is something different in the.
I agree with that. So we should take out the language temporary apartment and put accessory dwelling?
but anytime something comes to the building department's attention that was done without permits, they're required to either remove it or get permits. So anytime a bootleg apartment comes across the screen, they have to remove it because they're not allowed.
Or they have
Now
to
they
apply
can't-
for temporary
Yeah,
apartment permit or something
or
like that.
whatever.
Yeah.
But they can't now all of a sudden say, oh, it's an ADU, go away.
Yeah, I wonder if you should not have
If
this
it,
provision at all.
every ADU is going to require a building permit. When
Not
you,
necessarily if
Yes.
somebody.
they have to have a separate entrance. And they can't be over 900 square feet, or half of the building, depending on whichever is less. So there are definitely requirements there, and there are building code requirements. And so everyone's going to have a building permit. There's no other way we can track them. So, when you're talking about, providing a listing at the end of the year of how many ADUs, they're going to have a building permit.
But if you have somebody who has a temporary apartment.
Yeah,
let's
that
say
requires a building permit.
Let's just say it expired. It doesn't require any change physically. What triggers the building
They want to be
permit for it?
categorized as an ADU. They have to apply for building permit for an ADU. They don't have to make any other changes necessarily, maybe.
Oh,
they-
wait.
Maybe they have to
I'm-
apply for
what-
a
what-
use
what's-
permit, but why is it a building permit?
Well,
I don't,
it's a
hold on. I didn't get your question, Cheryl.
I'm just thinking, if you're not changing something physically that requires the building permit,
Well,
like, because let's
but-
just say it has the temporary apartment in it.
That was legally permitted.
You know how it is now, somebody has to
Right.
check it out, right?
But there was
They only
le-
have to take out a part of it, right?
So, but you're talking about a temporary apartment that was legally permitted with a building permit, which is a requirement. And they let it expire, and they can just get it renewed.
But they can get it renewed, but let's say like right now in the temporary apartment, the family member that Sean's contemplating passes. Now the temporary apartment bylaw requires that unit to be taken out. And in practicality, my understanding is the way that's been enforced is just to remove the stove or maybe the kitchen. But then the rest of the unit has to get absorbed into the house,
Like it was
right?
before.
But let's say
Right.
somebody now wants to come in and make an ADU where they don't need that temporary apartment anymore, right? They don't really need to change construction.
But I would require a building permit.
Right, it's not
And I
a
think that they
building
do need to change construction, because what if they're renting to somebody who's a smoker and they burn their half of the house down? And there's no fire separation, and there's
And
no
again,
smoke detectors.
you've got
There's no
the-
legitimate second means of egress. You gotta have a building permit to do an
The use of
ADU.
the building permit is to review the use and the structure, to make sure that it's compliant with the ADU requirements. You might conclude after the review that no changes are required and you'd issue the building permit. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's
happen.
construction, but it does mean that there's a review by the building department, because who else is going to be responsible for this? If it's as of right, it's the building department that's going to do the review, right? Is that what an ADU is?
Yeah, and
is that how it's supposed to work?
That's the way I read it.
So then I don't know that this belongs at all, number 7.
Yeah,
I would leave it out. Somehow it just, I don't know.
that was my feeling with my comment.
Okay, so
Great.
delete number 7,
number 7.
I'd say.
The whole paragraph?
Yes.
Just a sentence, yeah.
Yeah, because we talk about later about building code regulations.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Boom. Love it.
Can I ask you whether you have site, I'm just thinking about everything I just said. Do you have site plan review in here somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, so site plan review is going to be by the planning board.
Well, we
But
were
it's
going,
only, I don't know how you wrote it, but
we haven't, we did put it in the site plan approval bylaw that ADUs are subject to it, but I don't think we've put it in here specifically. So that's a question, Marion. If it's in a new site plan approval section, which lists everything that is subject to it, but it might have missed something where somewhere else it's subject to it as well. But we list the business like it's in there now, right, the multifamily, et cetera. So do we also need to include it in here if it's listed in the site plan approval section?
no, but I just think you should think about whether every ADU needs site plan approval or whether only certain ADU proposals require it. Maybe that's too complicated and maybe it
I
runs
think
afoul of what,
if it's in the existing building, it probably doesn't. But if it requires, and this is the other thing, is the state is saying that if your single families aren't subject to these requirements, then you need to think hard about whether you make the ADU subject to them. And we currently don't require site plan review for any single family, right? So,
Or two-family, right?
well, if you don't want to create a separate process for the planning board to get involved with, because you already have the building department that has to review these applications, then you need to identify criteria in the ADU bylaw that you think are important, that relate to issues that you might otherwise look at. And I don't mean to get overly complicated here, but parking. I mean, I know you've already talked about that, and it's not an easy thing to address, but there are some issues that you might want to put in as
Screening of parking.
criteria. Just for that the building department needs to determine that X is so, Y is so, Z is so. That, and I don't know whether that means, does there have to be one parking space for an ADU apartment? Does there have to be whatever else you could think of that you might need to require?
Yeah, we're restricted with
Yeah.
that language with the regulations.
yeah, the regulations say that you can't require more than one parking space, and you cannot require any if you're within a half mile of transit. What we were talking about earlier is what the definition of the transit is.
Oh, I see.
Because it includes a flag bus station, bus stop. So if you can flag a bus, and it's the entire route. So that would make Route 138, it would make
Half a mile on either
Central,
side,
may-
1/3.
half a
half-
mile
within a
on the
half
other
mile.
side.
So Nick
Brook Road.
Nick Milano's actually going to work on a map with
Just
all the bus,
ridiculous.
the half mile of all
On the
the
other hand,
bus.
the town doesn't have to change its parking restrictions.
No,
I
that's,
understand the problem.
Correct,
that
I
may
have
arise.
that in
Well,
my
how about
thing.
that?
But while Walter's here, have you reviewed this, and what, in your capacity, what would you like to see?
What would I like to see?
Because that's who has to, it's going to end up in your department.
Right.
So what can we do or should do to make your life easier?
Well, I've kind of looked it over, and I've looked over the guidelines a little bit. So, in getting back to what you were talking about, my reading of it was that they said you couldn't do site plan review if you don't require it. And if you don't, and we don't require site plan review now for a single family, so.
Yeah,
our questions.
that's one of our questions, because in the webinar, like we said, that you can do site plan approval, and then they say, well, just think about the fact that if you don't require something for your single families. So it seems like they didn't necessarily prohibit it entirely, I think, because they say you can do it.
The law said, I thought the law ruled it out.
You can definitely include it. The question then becomes, if you don't include it, if you don't
How
require it for
restrictive is
single
it?
families, then you can't make it unreasonably restrictive such that it would prohibit it from being permitted.
Right. And those are all subjective decisions. So do you really want to be in the position of having to make all those subjective decisions? Especially when you've got a carriage house conversion or something, and you've got some adamant opposition in the neighborhood, and you've got the room full of neighbors who want to have something to say about it. In those cases, in the conversion cases, it would make more sense to me. Say you're converting a garage that's on the lot line. As a garage, it's an accessory use. It's a storage use, an S use in the building code. You're converting it to a residential use, an R use in the building code. So it's a change of use. So that requires at least a finding. If it's too close to the lot line, now you've got a change of use, and you've got something that's too close to the lot line, so that requires a variance.
okay, so it automatically would trigger.
So that would
Variance.
automatically trigger a denial letter and a trip to the zoning board. And the zoning board can make the decisions based on the criterion they have, which are for a variance, which is a hardship in the soil, shape, or topography of the lot.
Where I think we could also write into language that they're required to conform with current zoning, and that if they don't have the proper setback.
But they could still go for a variance. You
current-
can't deny that right to people.
But I think we could maybe specify in what circumstances.
Yeah, if you
I
want to
wouldn't
specify.
go there.
Yeah, I mean, it gets complicated, but,
I just don't want to put too much of an undue burden on the ZBA
right.
Or the building department?
or the building department, yeah.
You're not putting the burden. The state's putting the burden.
Right.
This is all coming down from the
You almost
state.
feel like throwing up your hands, but I
Right.
realize you should try to write some good provisions in if you can, because every town is trying to do that. They
Yeah.
really are.
But the one thing I'd say about the variance, you can't take away someone's right to seek a variance, right?
Right.
You can't put in the zoning that you can't seek a variance. That's just not.
You could lessen the standard, you could allow it for historic structures by special permit. There's a big difference between special permit standard and variance. So that's the only thing you could think about.
That's what we were talking about earlier, is to say, can we do something where it's a historic, now, I'm not sure how this is written, but if it's a historic accessory structure, then it could be approved by special permit. So it wouldn't require going for the variance. to be
Well, but then
converted to an
what's the
ADU.
definition of a historic? Is it something that's on the Mass Historic Register? That's
what we did.
I know it needs a definition.
So with the demolition delay bylaw, we used a date. Anything older than 75 years.
Right.
Triggers that.
But that's only for evaluation. That can be a structure that's not historic. That's up to the Historic Commission to determine whether or not they're historic.
Right.
Is a historic
Yeah,
fabric
because
there.
it could have been
Significant.
altered. It could have been,
And that's
yeah.
only for the exterior. It's got nothing to do with the interior.
Right.
So that's not going to,
All right,
there are
so-
other towns that have much more stringent historic bylaws and ordinances. Ours isn't one of them.
So if we think that through a little bit, if somebody said, I want to take down a structure, an accessory structure, let's say it's a carriage house, because I want to put an ADU in it, and that carriage house doesn't meet the zoning, then they would automatically be triggered to go to the historical commission, right?
Why?
Because it's a structure
take
that's
it
built
down.
If it's more than
before.
75 years old,
Yeah.
they'd be referral to the Historic Commission. They would
Right.
meet and look at it and make a decision based on the structure and a history of the structure, whether or not they felt it was of historic significance and worth saving.
And then they could delay for 2 years.
And then there's a 2-year delay.
Right, but I guess my thought is if at that point, the historical commission has deemed it to be historic, having historic value, that could be the trigger point to say that you could do the ADU in it without having to go for a variance.
The only problem with that
Complicated.
is,
Yeah. And for the amount of cases that are going to involve that,
That,
minuscule.
yeah.
So would we ever have you go through and write an ADU bylaw?
Me?
or
It'd
put
be
down some
about
bullets of what you
one
want to see.
page.
Yeah, to make it easier, because you're the one living it,
Right.
and that's what I've come to
Not
learn
me
is
personally,
the
but
person who's living with a document is the one that we want to, listen to.
But also the other thing is to anticipate and view put in a process by which neighbors have an opportunity to, in this case it's very limited, but there might be some opportunity, which the building department doesn't have a process for or a mechanism to trigger otherwise. It's just them reviewing it. So
Well,
we have
but-
to decide what, given the law, which is very limited here, what we can have some process for, but we can have some.
But if someone wants to build something that conforms to the dimensional setbacks in the bulk and area of the building, they're allowed to build it by right. It's the same thing.
Well,
If you put an ADU now within the setbacks of the principal structure, there's no review, other than the building permit review, other than to make sure it's less than 900 square feet or half the area of the house, has at least one separate entrance, and maximum one parking space, and then you have to check the T. And that is just the silliest thing I've ever heard of, is no parking. Everyone has a car. They may take the T, but they have a car. So the car is going to sit on the street.
Well, there is some data which is showing that younger generations can't afford housing and cars, that everything's
But-
become too expensive.
But are we going to
That's why they're living in their parents' homes.
Oh, right, and their car is on the street.
Not
So are we
necessarily,
going
there's
to
data.
design our bylaw?
Yeah, the problem
Based
with
on
it
that?
is that there's a supposition that if you live within a half mile of whatever transit, you're traveling on the transit to your job. And that is an incorrect supposition, because
Because, I live on, Windsor Road. My wife has always worked in the Longwood medical area most of her career. She's never taken the train.
yeah.
Because to get to the Longwood medical area from that part of town, you have to take the trolley to Ashmont, to the Red Line, to Park Street, then get on the Green Line and head down to down to Longwood.
Yeah.
And versus in a car, it's 30 minutes down the Jamaica Way on the worst day.
Well, for your approach at this point,
Yeah.
maybe you can't provide for this unique situation that we're talking about, which is a valuable historic structure that, it doesn't qualify to
Right.
have an ADU in it. The only way that it could qualify to place an apartment there would be with a variance. It would be a use variance and a setback variance. But under the right circumstances, with the right support and so on and so forth, that type of worthy historic structure might very well, in the end, get support from the Board of Appeals.
Right.
And maybe in the future, you could write something into your bylaw that would help with that.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be hard for you to address.
At this
everything.
point, yeah.
Yeah, and there are I don't know how many of those there are, but I don't think there are that many. I think you've got a lot more garages sitting on lot lines
Yeah.
that people are going to look to. They'll be the first place they look to do an
Yeah.
ADU if in fact that's what they want to do.
Yep.
And they'll
that's what
want to
we're-
expand the garage a little bit. They'll want to, expand up to the 900 square feet. And then they're going to be expanding into the lot lines, so that you can't do that. That requires a variance.
Yeah.
I would just leave it at that. Just say that,
Gonna
One
get
thing
on
I
that,
would-
be triggered.
One thing I would say too is that our existing zoning for single family doesn't have a lot coverage requirement. It says all these things in these residential districts, and then later it says that single families are exempt from it. And so, I mean, one way to think about it is, to amend the rest of the zoning code to say, and put a lot coverage.
So that's been my biggest beef for all these years, is I do think we need that.
Because we have these really huge
these-
houses.
Everyone's building massive houses on these little lots.
Right.
And I think that we should have,
There is a lot coverage requirement if you have an accessory structure in the
Yeah.
C zone.
but not a,
But not
a.
normally, yes, that's
yeah.
right. You can have a small
Normally.
lot and build a really quite large house.
I mean, that, you're looking at the subdivision that was built off of Pleasant, and you have some very large homes on some very small lots, and there's not much that can be done about that in your review. So, the one thing we wanted in the site plan review, which again, I don't know that it will fly on ADUs because it's not in the single families, is to put a few more criteria for how you approach a site. And maybe in lot coverage, maybe that is something that we can cover, because then if it's required in the single families, it can be required in the ADU. And, maybe we could do the same thing. Marion, are you familiar with, or Walter, in zoning having a maximum number of occupants per bedroom?
no.
No, okay.
It's very typical in the,
That could,
Maybe in the health code,
yeah, could be in the health code,
There's a
but
minimum
there
square
are
footage
problems
for
with trying to
per
establish those
individual.
limitations.
yeah.
it's very common in the leasing industry. It was consistent in leases where a two-person per bedroom occupancy.
Yeah, well, that may be the landlord's preference.
We have a bylaw that says you can't have more than 3 unrelated persons or something like that, and it's not really enforceable as far as I can tell from the feedback from town council that we've received over the last few years.
Well, 3 unrelated people in a house.
And yes, that's right, and I mean,
Not in a
so
bedroom.
if you start saying, so I just think it's going to be a little, it'll be tricky. You're running-
And then what about like a minimum unit on an ADU? So like a studio apartment minimum could be what, like 350 square feet?
Oh,
Putting a minimum size, again, I think that's up to the health. There are health regulations about
you mean
minimum
each-
sizes.
It's like tiny houses, but tiny apartments.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the idea is not to have, and I don't know if this is something that could be put in place. It's something I think Jim asked about, and I just thought it was a good question if it was elsewhere. I know like in the building code, there are some minimum room sizes, but it doesn't necessarily get to units.
correct.
Because
You think the state will allow that, or you don't?
we're not sure.
Just like a minimum habitable
I
space.
understand what you're talking about.
They have a maximum of 900 square feet, but they haven't set a minimum. So that was just, again, a question that we had, and I thought I'd ask if you had any thoughts on it.
If it has to have a kitchen, a bathroom,
In a bedroom,
like living space,
studio.
how,
What's the
Yeah, I mean,
absolute minimum?
My wife
What are those
rented
little
her
IKEA
first
units?
apartment. It was about half this, it was literally
Yeah.
maybe the size of this table, but part of it was a bedroom. I'm sorry, a bathroom. It had a little kitchenette and an entrance, and that was it. One
was like a
window.
studio.
On Beacon Hill, yeah,
It was sort of a
It was
studio.
tiny,
Yeah.
but it was a habitable space.
yeah.
So if there's a minimum, maybe, I don't have enough information about that to tell you what it
is
should be.
minimum?
Yeah.
Well, are you,
if the health code- I'm sorry.
do you want to have us establish a minimum because you think that below a certain number, they shouldn't be ADUs, or you want to establish a minimum because you think that people will try to do less and they really need this minimum number to make it a comfortable place to live?
Well, I mean, if you're going to make a dwelling unit, it should really be able to function as a dwelling unit, right? Somebody, I don't know if they came to you with 100 square feet and said that's going to be an ADU. I mean, you wouldn't have any means to say no as long as they provided a kitchen at
As
of
long
some
as they
sort
met
and a
the minimum
bathroom, right?
requirements under the health code and the building code
Yeah.
for square footage.
So I had asked the health director about the minimum, and she said that there is a code, the minimum standards for fitness for human habitation under code 410.420 habitability requirements, and it states the square footage.
And what is it?
Cool.
But I didn't look that far.
So if we reference the health code in our
We have to
zoning,
reference the health code. Let me see if I can find it.
So they would have
Walter,
to follow,
if
Maybe if you reference the health code, then you
Yeah.
protect yourself.
which we do, I think, in this.
you know, there
Well,
was
one
some,
thing that we know we want to do is limit, and we know we can do, is limit not allowing short-term rentals. So that we know people don't generally support that. And
Yeah.
if anything else, that's, I for one, would like us to see and use the model bylaw so that we can be on sound footing. But, so if we want something that's just a really simple framework until we get that. But otherwise, like to go through some detailed
Yeah.
requirements that we don't know will fly or not.
Yeah, we do have under, just to follow up on that, the construction of any ADU must be in conformity with the state building code and, if applicable, Title V of the state sanitary code, and lawful under all other provisions of applicable town health, building, zoning, and other local laws and regulations. So that covers us in
good.
whatever that requirement for that minimum square footage.
Now, also, I just had a question that there's a definition of dwelling principal, but then throughout the document, we use primary. So,
I think we have to go to principal because
So we
that's in the
should make sure-
ADU
yeah.
bylaw.
so that was just a cleanup of some language.
Okay. All right, so should we try to move just sort of quickly through some of the other areas while you all are here? I mean, feel free to stay here if you have other things.
So just to back up.
Yeah.
before you-
Yeah.
So are we clear that these new units would be subject to the setbacks of the principal structure and not the accessory setbacks?
That's what I would like to
Correct.
see.
I
That's
think
what-
I don't know that that's clear in the draft regs, though.
Yeah,
From the
it's a
state?
question.
That's a question
Yeah,
too.
it's
I
a
think
key
it's a
question.
It's a key question for the
Even
draft.
accessory structures often don't meet the accessory setbacks.
Right.
But if they're going to be residential structures, then do they need to meet the residential setbacks?
The principal. I
Setbacks
mean,
required.
it's really not an accessory.
Right,
It's an additional unit, but it's not an accessory.
Right.
So it's a fully independent structure, smaller than the principal structure, but it's an additional unit.
Right.
So in my view, it should meet the setbacks of the principal structure.
that's
the question.
because
It's
it's
the
of a
question of the
residential
reg.
structure, right?
Right,
The required setback for a residential structure.
because, accessory structures are allowed some leeway, like the biggest one is they don't have to meet the 30-foot setback for the rear. So you can put a garage in Residence C 8 feet from the rear and 8 feet from the side. Or you can put your pool, 8 feet from the rear, 8 feet from the side. But if you're going to allow these accessory dwelling units, which I call additional dwelling units, to use those lesser setbacks, I don't think that should happen because you're going to get more it's going to be more detrimental to the neighbors.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think you might want to make a statement somewhere in,
Okay, that's good. So when we get to that, there was some language under use. That would be under the use.
I made a comment on that in here somewhere.
Yeah.
It came through or not.
Walter, would you have some concern, and this is one of my thoughts on a minimum size. There's some parts of town that have some smaller residences with some small square footage. And those will never be, the maximum's never going to be an issue because they probably could never carve out 900 feet.
right,
But, what concerns me is a small with no minimum, and I'm not sure what that Board of Health minimum is, Maggie?
It is, I found it.
Oh,
Every dwelling unit shall contain at least 150 square feet of habitable floor space for its first occupant and at least 100 square feet of habitable floor space for each additional occupant.
So how do you?
They know that.
so how much was for the first? 100?
150 for the
150.
first, 100 for the second.
It becomes an enforcement issue for the
Right.
health
Yeah.
department, basically.
so you'd have to limit the
You have
occupancy
this
to
too
that
small
building.
unit with too many people in it.
Yeah.
Right. So if you had a 150 square foot unit, you have to limit the occupancy to one person.
Yeah.
And the minute they had two people in there, we'd be all over them.
And in every residence, in every,
If there's ever an
Would that be
issue.
in the building permit?
So that would.
yeah, in every residence, each room used for sleeping by one occupant shall contain at least 70 square feet of floor space. In a bedroom.
Wow, that's pretty
So
small.
that leaves, so if you had a single person occupancy, that leaves you 80 square feet to accomplish a bathroom and a kitchen.
Kitchen.
Well,
And what worries
Which-
me is what we may end up with, which is small homes carved into some pretty,
Every basement in Milton.
Well, why don't you try to limit the square footage? You're trying to
Well-
come up with a legal bylaw.
well, that's what I was saying, maybe we'd
Take
say
occupancy to that.
I
350
think
square
it seems
feet.
to
but-
be very difficult when it gets that small.
Yeah.
yeah.
What?
Creates all
350?
kinds of enforcement issues. So why, I don't mean 350, I mean 150
Yeah.
or 70 plus 80 or whatever it is. I'm thinking, in general, the bylaws is broad, the new ADU bylaw. So whatever a town can do to limit it in a way that would be allowed and will be somewhat, that's what zoning's all about, will be protective. I mean, that would be the way to think about it. So I think, the more you talk about it, I think some limitation on minimum size
Minimum
might
size.
make sense.
It has to be a reasonable living environment,
Yeah.
and
And you're right. Therefore, it does make it, it would be difficult anyway. I'm thinking about my house. I'm on a 5,000 square foot lot. I think my house is about 1,200 square feet footprint. And, the garage is underneath the house. There's just practically, would be no way I could imagine doing an apartment in my house. But if I did, I would certainly never want to do one that was 150 square feet. But, you just have to take away a lot of the house in order to do it. It wouldn't make sense, and that's what you want. You don't want it to.
you might not. You
Yeah.
might
Some
not.
people
Exactly.
might, yeah.
But, if we wrote it the way we discussed earlier, and the health code is the code that we're asking people to comply with, you'll have 150 square foot ADUs, as
Yeah.
long as they can have, an entrance and, comply with everything else.
Can we limit it to no basements or subterranean level?
I always wonder about that, because it seems that's.
I think it's
safety.
You have
egress.
to
and-
have,
yeah.
a dwelling unit by building code has to have access to light and air.
Yeah,
And you
I
have to
realize
have
that.
proper head height and proper exiting.
Yeah.
So if a basement has a 6-foot clearance, you can't have a living unit there.
Oh, no, but if Marion's garage has a 6'8" finished floor to finish ceiling
That's
clearance.
not a habitable space for the building code. I mean, that's where they have to come in and
A
enforce
converted garage
it.
would be. You
Not
can
at-
convert a garage to
Not
living
at
space.
6 feet 8 ceiling.
Finish, isn't that the minimum?
7
6'8"?
feet is the minimum for a bathroom, and you have to have more than that for
All right, so
other
7
living
feet,
spaces.
so you dig out your floor limit.
No, you have to have higher than that for a non-bathroom. It's in the building code.
What's the threshold for light in
What's
there?
okay.
Is,
Anyway,
I'd have
is there a
Converted
threshold
garage.
for it?
You definitely have to have, and if it's a basement, you're probably going to have an egress window. So there is a square footage requirement for the
Light?
light and air. I just don't know what it is off the top of my head, but
8% and 4%.
okay, you know it off the top of your head. But you definitely have to have them, and so you wouldn't have a legal ADU if you didn't. If you envision a lot of these basements, which have, these very small
Yeah,
windows.
yeah.
Now that doesn't mean that they can't go in and put in one of those
Window
areaway
wells, yeah.
units,
Right, yeah.
right?
But I think what Jim was saying was, what about putting a basement in an ADU? If you're going to build a 900 square foot building in the back of your house, can you
No,
put a
the
basement?
definition says
it just
900
be on-
square feet
Raw
includes
basement space,
basements.
a raw garage space.
I'm sorry?
Converted into a
The
100
definition, the definition says, because I flagged that, noticing it, it says, wow, the square footage includes the gross floor area. Definition says, the sum of the areas of all floors of the building, including basements, cellars, mezzanine, and intermediate floored tiers and penthouses of headroom height measured from the exterior faces of exterior walls or from the center line of walls separating buildings, but excluding covered walkways, open roofed areas, porches, and similar spaces. That's in the definition in HLCs. So if you were going to have a basement, then it counts in your 900 square foot limit.
Whether it's finished or not?
It doesn't say whether it has to be finished or not.
So my
Because
question
then,
is, go ahead.
I'm just going to go back. It says that it's, in the definition of the ADU, it says that it's not larger in gross floor area than half the gross floor area of the principal dwelling, or 900 square feet, whichever smaller. So, and is subject to such additional restrictions as may be imposed by a municipality, including but not limited to additional size restrictions and restrictions or prohibitions on short-term rental, provided, however, that no municipality shall unreasonably restrict the creation or rental of an ADU that is not a short-term rental.
So what
So
I'm
you
asking
can-
is, can we omit basement space? That's all I'm asking. Can we do some kind of a provision that says you cannot do an ADU in a basement or a garage?
In a
attached
basement or
garage?
have a basement?
Any basement.
In
Like
a-
my existing basement right now is
Yes,
unfinished. I have a massive
you
basement.
can if it meets the building codes.
Okay, so we can't write
Prohibit.
into our bylaws
No.
that we can't do that.
No.
Okay, that was the only question.
Okay, sorry.
That was, yeah. Okay.
And it's got to
So-
have its own separate entrance,
Yeah, you can,
so you'd have to,
finish plenty of basements. It's easy to do. Especially at 150 square feet. You're gonna do everywhere. I'm just trying to find a way to avoid that. But
So would language, Walter, just to what you're saying is regarding meeting the setbacks, because it should meet the same setbacks as a principal a single family in that district. Could you say an ADU in a detached structure shall meet the front, rear, and side setback requirements for a single family dwelling in the
principal
relevant
structure.
zoning,
for the principal structure,
okay, for principal structure
yeah.
in the relevant zoning district and which has a full foundation and suitable construction for conversion into an independent dwelling unit? Or
Is that something that you've seen somewhere?
yeah, it's something I wrote in, but some of the things I'm not sure if it took. So if you want me to read this again, we can maybe add it and we can, I was thinking that this would be, it would be good to put this in following our number 2, which says, any single-family dwelling proposed to add or include an ADU shall meet the zoning requirements for a single-family dwelling in the zoning district in which it's located, or shall be an existing non-conforming single-family dwelling with non-conformities, which shall not be exacerbated by the addition of an ADU. But then we could go on and then we could put in what I just said, a detached principal dwelling. Is that what all right, I'll read this if anyone wants to type this in.
Well, it's a detached ADU.
A detached, yes. We could say a detached ADU shall meet the front, rear. Is somebody writing this? Oh, if somebody wants to,
Yeah, where are
sorry.
you guys?
Okay, page, under C, general conditions and requirements for all accessory dwelling units.
Page
Page
4,
Yep, the top,
That's
number
right.
2.
number 2.
And it's number 2. This language would follow, this would be inserted following in addition of an ADU, period. We would write a detached,
Right here?
No, down one paragraph.
get down
Number
right
2.
after that big ADU.
Yeah, right there. There you go.
We could say a detached ADU shall meet the front, comma, rear, and side setback requirements for a single-family dwelling,
Just, you should put the
or
principal.
sorry,
principal
principal dwelling.
And you can
Principal
just say
structure.
an ADU in a separate building shall meet all
I
setback
swore I put that in here
requirements,
somewhere.
right? Isn't that what you?
Dwelling
Yeah.
in the, well, in the relevant zoning district.
All applicable setback requirements. I mean, that,
Yeah.
yeah. you
All
don't-
applicable setback requirements, okay. And,
Should it be all dimensional requirements though? Do you want a height? I mean, I guess it's subject to height anyway, right?
Yeah, but it would get the principal structure height, which would be 35 feet, but
Yeah.
if you have a 900 square foot building, that's 3,500.
I have something similar with
So
that on
all
page 8.
relevant,
Although you might see some.
yeah,
And the reference to the basement or cellar is, I'm not sure I understand that, because what you have to have for a structure's,
it has a full foundation,
It's
meaning it
building
can't
code.
be, it's building, yeah, it has a full
Can't be a-
foundation. It can't be a mobile home, or it can't be like a, like a,
Okay, so
how
just
would you say
say, a full foundation means a foundation you can walk around in.
yeah.
Versus a
That's-
slab on grade, which is no foundation, but it's got frost coverage down to 4 feet.
So it's a.
should we say a solid foundation?
Yeah.
A solid foundation? Would that be the,
Permanent, use the word
Permanent,
a
permanent.
permanent foundation?
Permanent foundation.
Permanent foundation.
Permanent foundation and suitable construction for conversion into an independent dwelling unit.
Well, can't a permanent foundation still be a foundation that just reaches frost protection?
A slab
Right, a
foundation
slab on grade.
would be
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. So we're not requiring that it has a full
No.
basement below.
No, that's what I don't want
You don't even want to do that because of the definition of ADU. I mean, if it includes the area in the basement, then
Right.
it would sort of kill the whole.
to, I think the intention of this was that it's not a partial, like it's,
The idea is it's not temporary, that you can pick
Yeah.
up and move away,
Yeah,
roll
the idea
around.
is it doesn't have wheels.
Right.
Yeah.
right, so if,
Just say a foundation that meets the building code.
a foundation and suitable a permanent foundation and suitable construction for conversion into an independent dwelling unit.
Well, I think,
Do you need that?
I don't
Because
think
isn't
so.
that building code? The last part,
Yeah, maybe we don't.
how it's constructed, I mean.
And has a,
No,
meets the setbacks and has a full
new one,
full
It has to
foundation
meet all building codes.
and suitable,
version to the,
and meets all building
and
codes.
meets,
And meets all required building code?
yeah.
That's even
We're
better.
talking about an ADU built in a separate building.
A new construction
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just don't think.
versus converting something that's already
Right.
there.
And anything that you do has to meet building code
Right.
requirements. So you don't have to.
but the
Right.
thing, the beginning of this, I don't think is consistent with the guidelines, because here it's saying that any single-family dwelling proposed to add or include an ADU shall meet the zoning requirements of single-family. So that precludes a pre-existing non-conforming principal dwelling being able to add an ADU, and I don't think the definition in the regs allows that. So I think you could just say an ADU shall meet the zoning requirements, right? And take out the first part of that, right?
Right.
So get rid of any single-family dwelling proposed to add or include. at the
Except for,
beginning of
doesn't
this.
that mean that you can do it within or an addition in a non-conforming single-family dwelling.
Yeah, I thought the statute.
That's the statute, the regs
That's what
say
they say
that. The regs
Yeah.
say that you can. So,
So we can leave that,
no, because it says any single-family dwelling shall meet. So that's saying you can't do an addition unless it meets the zoning, right? The way that's written?
That's saying that you have to have a compliant, single-family
Right,
Yeah.
dwelling before you come with an
which is
ADU.
not what the regs say.
You can't have it pre-existing non-conforming. That's what that says.
That's what that says, and that's contrary to the
It's
regs.
really not material because we're not worried about the existing
Right.
single-family structure. We're worried about the new either freestanding structure or addition to the
So
single-family
here's what
structure.
I'm going to say
And the
here.
addition would have to meet all pertinent setbacks anyway.
so any
matter
single-family
what.
dwelling,
So I'm just change that to any ADU shall meet the zoning requirements for single family in the zoning district in which it's located, or shall be. And then-
within an existing non-conforming.
I don't even think you have to address it.
No, I don't think we
Okay.
have to do that either. And you could just say, so just, all you have to do is say, any ADU shall meet the zoning requirements for a single family and shall meet have a permanent foundation compliant with building code or something like that to get
You're
the,
talking about an ADU in a separate building.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
This is old language from like 2 or 3 years ago, so it needs to be looked at here.
Can you
So
just,
when you say any ADU here shall meet the requirements, that, in that first part of that sentence, that could be an addition or a detached, right? So then if you stop it at, in which, so if you, I'm just going to do this and you can, this is not doing a, it is doing tracking, right? So what I would do is get rid of that, that it's
Going on
not
up there.
doing tracking.
Did you enable your tracking? Because it doesn't look like it's.
Yeah, I didn't, I saw it didn't track, so I'm going to do a tracking here, hold on. So, now we should be able to see what I'm going to strike. Now you can see it, right?
Yeah.
And think here. Don't need that either. I think you just say,
Why do you need the first sentence? I don't understand that.
excuse me? Any ADU meeting the requirements?
Zoning requirements for a single-family dwelling. I mean, the point is that an ADU in a single-family dwelling that's existing the house can be non-conforming. You're telling us that that's allowed by either the state regulations or the state law. So you shouldn't say that first sentence.
Well, I think really what we're trying to get, this is a detached ADU, right?
Yeah.
So it
Just
probably
leave that.
should say any detached ADU
Yeah.
shall meet.
can I make a suggestion?
Please?
Can I take a look at those and get back to you
Yeah,
and review them and just,
You mean this?
Yeah.
Take a look at this?
A copy
Yeah.
of your draft, a copy
Yeah, we'll get a
Send me
copy.
copy of
Yeah.
the draft?
This is what we need.
regulations that the state is
Yep.
proposing.
I'll send it to you.
Thanks.
I'd love
Yeah.
to get a copy too, just.
that would be great. So you have time to sit and think about it. One thing that maybe while you're here, if we back up under B, where under our definitions, where we had accessory structure, I had a thought on what we could say. Accessory structure, could we define it as a second independent dwelling unit which is not combined in or attached to a single-family dwelling, but is in a separate structure? It says, or not even to say that, a second independent dwelling unit which is not contained in or attached to a single-family or primary dwelling, principal dwelling,
Principal dwelling.
period. So that could be our definition.
But in
unless
the-
we can come up with something better, but that's just, we've had nothing there, so.
Well, in the building code, an accessory structure, I think, is something different. It just indicates any structure not attached to the house, and it meets a separate setback.
That-
So we're basically doing our own definition of that. I
Oh,
think it's
okay,
gonna
I'm sorry,
get
I didn't realize that there was a definition in
confusing.
the building.
Am I wrong?
No?
Okay, then we should use that definition, that's,
Yeah.
Or just take
be
it out
consistent.
here.
Or just take it out of here, yeah, because
because it's
I
in
think
that.
it was a question of whether there was going to be referring to an accessory structure, being allowed to have the ADU, so then you would need some reference, but
Okay,
I think,
so maybe we can just strike that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's going on 9, so,
And also, if we're going to just finish that page where it references the parking, I think I've talked about it before, that we should note, I think we should note that there is no overnight parking on public ways in Milton. So everybody knows that, because not everybody knows that. So I think it,
It's not very much enforced anymore.
right,
And you can get
Well, a
a, you can
couple
get a
times a
sticker.
year.
and so, and so then I would like it to say owners, either owners, occupants, or residents of an ADU shall not be allowed to obtain a parking hardship permit from the Milton Police Department.
I like that.
Good luck with that.
The parking hardship permits are administered by the Milton Police Department.
I think we'd have to have them come in and have a
Determine-
Right, so
conversation.
that's what I said, I kind of wanted John King to come in and get on board with the policy.
The off-street parking requirement at night, I believe, is part of the general bylaws. So that's the general bylaws.
Yeah.
And it is. The fact that it may not be enforced very well is a separate issue, but it exists already, so
So I think we've all acknowledged the fact that, that parking is problematic now, and it's going to be more problematic the more units, the more dense the town becomes. So I know it might not be enforced as much as we all would like, but I think we should alert people that, number one, that there is no overnight parking, because a lot of people just don't know that, and then flag it for them, saying that they should not be able to obtain a parking because state law says it only has to be one parking spot. So how come, then they're going to be able to get 2 parking spots?
well, as I say, the police have been administering it. In my way past experience, that's not how you got one of those. You didn't just go in and say you wanted it.
Yeah.
And just because we're,
And you couldn't have a driveway.
nothing says you can't make your driveway bigger. You just can't,
You're not in your front yard because you can't pave.
yeah, around the side. So,
Around the- yeah.
if you have the room, you could do it. You
Right.
just may have to adjust the FAR a little bit to make sure it happens.
You can
But I
refer
think
to
we
the
should be
general bylaw
encouraging
reference
parking
in the,
instead of
if you want.
discouraging parking.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to discourage. We're trying to discourage, because this whole thing is, especially by if you're by the subway, you're not required any parking. So we're trying to encourage people to take public transportation and discourage the use of cars. And so I think that philosophy just needs to be reinforced.
It's actually, in my opinion, it's actually working against the initiative of creating ADUs in those areas that are within a half mile. Because if you own a home within a half mile and you have an opportunity to create an ADU, but you're not required to create a parking space, how marketable is that ADU? It's not marketable. Back to the point we talked about earlier, the majority of people are driving, they're not using transit. So, without parking, it's less likely that someone is going to create an ADU on their property.
Although I think it's
And to
that
take
we
that one
can't,
step further, I'm
but we
sorry.
can't require.
I know.
We can't, but they can still do it. They could still add a parking space.
Yeah.
They
So
can.
They can. So it's only what we can't require of them. But if it's your property and you have, ample space and you're like, I'm going to add 2 more spots because likely a tenant might have 2 cars, or my kids come home and want to live, one of the ADUs and have 2 cars or whatever. You are allowed to, you as a homeowner have the right to create it, but we just can't
Can't require
require
it.
it.
But it doesn't mean we can't encourage it. That's where I was going with it,
Yeah.
encourage more parking.
Yeah.
And I think-
Realistically, if you have a 1-bedroom ADU and it's renting for whatever, $2,000, a young couple that wants to try and save for a house is going to be renting that. Chances are both couples are working. It's highly likely that they both have cars, I think. And one's a teacher and one works downtown or whatever, and they both need parking. And if they're not provided parking, they might rent somewhere else. That was my
Yeah.
experience on School Street anyway. And I can
Yeah.
speak to it.
Yeah.
It's 15-year-old
And a lot of
information,
roommate
but it's
situation.
exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Trying to rent a two-bedroom or large 1-bedroom. Young couple, both have cars. I had 1 car parking for each unit.
Yeah.
I turned away so many tenants that were great tenants.
Well, that's the issue with a lot of our non-conforming properties that have maybe even a 2-family in certain parts of town. They have, the homes were built when people didn't have multiple cars. They only had maybe 1 vehicle. So the driveways, so the tenants end up having to shuffle their cars. And we've heard, it's been posted on Facebook, trying to get hardship pass, because they play the game of shuffling the cars. So one's out on the street one night, one's out, they take turns alternating.
Or
And
you
it's-
rent a spot from your neighbor. Who,
No, so it's already with non-conforming structures that don't have, large homes on small lots. It's
So
an
we're
issue.
just trying to not exasperate
Right.
a situation. And I know that
Why are you laughing?
it's not going to happen.
So I think it's almost, 9 o'clock, just I want to check in with everybody on this point, because we have more to get to. If we will send you all a draft, so if you would like to, continue, would we like to continue, get a little bit further with the ADU? Or should we,
I didn't put my stuff in yet, so
Oh, that's fine.
you want to.
Yeah, I can email it to you.
Tell me where it goes.
Yeah.
okay. How does the board feel about, do we want to continue or do we want to talk about the other articles?
I think it'd be helpful if we
think
give
it-
Walter an opportunity.
Yeah.
We could continue, but it might not be the best use of the time. given
If
that
Walter
you-
might have some ideas and some
If Walter wants to
suggestions.
come back.
I'm on the clock, so.
We actually,
Oh,
and
excellent.
to that point,
Overtime.
the invite to return back, that it's not formal yet until Meredith says so, but it'd have to be the
yeah.
6th, wouldn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
because we need to submit comments by the
I
10th.
just worry about, we have so much on the agenda for the 6th. Maybe we could just jump, without going through everything piece by piece, maybe jump to the things that people would like to comment on that are, maybe they think are missing in here, or
You mean on the 6th?
Right
now?
or that
Oh,
right
right
now.
Oh, okay.
I think one of the things that I think we're going to need to discuss, because it affects the language, is whether we want more than 1 ADU allowed, because we are able to limit.
I do not want more than 1 ADU allowed.
Yeah, I don't think we should allow, especially at this point in time where we're not exactly sure with how our density is going to occur, how quickly people are going to take advantage of this, what's going to happen with MBTA zoning. I feel like we should be a little bit more conservative, and then we can always adjust as needed if we feel like it's helpful. So I agree with you.
So that's, I think that's fine. This is the type of thing I think we should focus on, the things that we know we can, and get a very bare bone draft of the things that we know we can do. And then just hold off until we get the model bylaw, because I really feel like we could spend a lot of time on this that just ends up getting stricken because it can't be in here. And I think if we thought about like changing the lot coverage, for example, that's going to be like more impactful
Yeah, I agree with
than
that.
some of these other things. So, I.
Focus on the things that we know.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
I would volunteer to do a very bare bone version of ADU, of the things that we know that we can do. and strip out the other things for now, and maybe we just keep
Or maybe we have a highlighted copy where we highlight.
or we can
Sort of
have,
what we
yeah,
know.
I mean, but I think we should start with a bare bone, and then we could say, in some way, have kind of a way to track something that if we could be done, that this would be included, but be able to easily pull it out, you know, if the model bylaw doesn't allow it.
So can I add, so that if we are saying there's language that we should put back in after number 4 of general conditions,
Which page are you on?
for me it's page 4, but for you guys it might be 5. It's general conditions after item number 4, where it says you have highlighted for more than one ADU, we would strike that. And then I would insert a following paragraph saying there shall be no more than one accessory dwelling unit, comma, either internal or detached. Did you find it, Julia?
Is this what you're looking at?
Yeah, that's my edit. Not more than one accessory dwelling unit will be printed on a parcel in a single-family residential zoning district.
This, yeah, let's see. All right, do you want to just start it fresh? Because I sort of expanded it, or?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, there shall be no more than one accessory dwelling unit, comma, either internal or detached, comma, on any lot, period.
Sorry, one what? More than one unit?
So
Dwelling
no
unit.
more than one accessory dwelling unit, comma,
I'll spell it out in a second.
yeah, that's either internal or detached, comma, on any lot, period. Actually, we should be, no ADU shall be separated from the principal dwelling unit, and then I think we did have this, through condominium, and we do have that condominium conversion. So it's really, yeah, just adding.
I think that's
yeah.
the statute, actually, the condo.
Yeah, so it's actually just adding a first sentence to that, to what is currently in there.
So it has to remain a rental.
Well, they can't be split. You can't take your ADU and your
Sold.
single family
You
and,
can't separate the
yes, you
ownership.
can't
Or held,
yes,
yeah.
Exactly, separate the ownership.
Neither the principal dwelling nor the may be sold, and that is in there. Okay, that was the only other.
They thought of something.
Okay.
So then you can strike my,
It's
Whatever's
down
in
there.
Right, it's- yeah,
It was down there under number.
it actually was, yeah,
Down lower.
sorry. Looking at the clean copy. And then, going down to D, process and procedural requirements. The building commissioner shall administer and enforce the provisions of this section.
Thanks.
It's there under number 2.
once you
Under
get
number
board.
2. Yeah, sorry. Number 2.
So I'm not adding this.
Well, it's there. It
then-
says the building commissioner shall administer and
Yeah.
enforce the provisions. It's number 2 here.
And then, yeah, then it says number 1, and then under, no ADU shall be constructed without the issuance of a building permit. Then it goes to say, no ADU shall be occupied unless a certificate of occupancy for such ADU has been issued by the building commissioner, period. A certificate of occupancy shall not be issued unless the building commissioner determines that the ADU is in conformity with the provisions of this section. But then we have in here, and the special permit issued by the Board of Appeals. I don't think we want to,
You have to get rid of that.
we have to get rid of that. So that was I was just going to say,
Should we reference the building code right there?
And
You think?
was this language taken from the 2 years ago?
Yeah.
draft?
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, I find
Some of
that
this-
all unnecessary.
Right.
The building department, the procedure of the building commissioner or the building inspector is to inspect and determine whether everything is compliant. And what's required for an occupancy permit is based on building code requirements and, you know, health code, whatever the building department has to follow. Those are all the rules they already follow. You
Yeah.
don't need to, you
And with
already
the
said
section.
the building department will administer the bylaw, and that they have to apply for a building permit.
So the only
For-
purpose I
for
thought of
converting
having this is more for the applicant. So when the applicant says, I'm going to the building department, you know, we want to make sure that the applicant, that they can't move in without a certificate, because this is going to be a lot of these are going to be a lot of lay, normal people who don't know building codes and requirements. So they might just do things and say, oh, I didn't know we couldn't move in. We thought we had, you know, all the approvals we needed. So
It's harmless. I mean, if it's informative.
So that's, I think as much education as we can give to whoever's applying, because this is just going to be normal residents without any experience of new construction. So, but it should end with that provisions of this section, period, and strike the end of it.
Yeah.
That was the only thing I was going to note on that. All right, so it's 9:10. Do we, again, I have a lot on the use and dimensional requirements, but maybe we should pause. But if anyone else has anything too, up to this point.
I'm ready to pause.
Especially if Cheryl's willing to take a,
If you want to send what you have for, you said a lot for the dimensional, I'll take a look at it.
I mean, it's not a lot, but it's one of them.
So,
because that's where the lot coverage would,
yeah,
wording,
but no, the
language.
lot coverage would have to come in an amendment to the other part of the zoning code, and so that would be a different
yeah.
article. But if it's possible to do, then all we'd have to say is that that provision, strike the part that says it's not
Right.
applicable to single families, right? You
Right.
just strike that, and then the rest, you'd have to see if the coverage made sense, the percentage made sense, but like in the MBTA zoning we've been looking at, we were putting 40% open space, so 60% coverage, and that's pretty consistent with what I found in the C district along the Elliott Street corridor, for example. It probably doesn't cover everything,
Yeah.
but maybe you have an idea from what your experience is, Walter, what coverage is. The C district is the one that has the most tight constraint, right? Like
Right.
the
It's
A and B.
the smallest lots. And because we don't enforce it, I really haven't paid much attention to it, to be honest with you, to give you an idea of what I think is out
I mean,
there.
even the setback requirements and having a limitation, like if you have a 5,000 square foot parcel and you have, that's non-conforming already, right? But then if you have your setback requirements, you could just see what that leaves you, because
Right.
we have a lot of 5,000 square foot parcels, right?
Exactly.
And you do enforce it. I mean, those requirements apply if someone's
Right.
building a new house.
So what is it, 30 on the front or 20 on the C?
20,
And
20 in the
20 on the
front.
rear?
30 in the rear.
30 in the rear,
Right, so if you
10 on
have,
each side.
so if you have something that's, well, it all depends on the shape of the lot, right? But if you have something that's 50 feet wide by 100 feet deep, and you're 10 on the sides, that leaves you 30 on the front, 30 width to do, and you're taking 60 off, that means you have 40, that means you have 1,200 square feet footprint that you could build in, right?
Yeah, it's just exactly what my house is. As it turns out, that's
a good
kind of
example.
realistic.
Yeah.
You know, you want a driveway, if you
Yeah.
can build one, so.
So, you know, a 30 by 40 footprint to do an ADU, you're looking at doing it within the existing house, maybe going up and doing it in the attic or something.
I do
the
have
basement.
I do have one question before we let you all go, because this, if we start discussing this or amending it, we have in here, the ADU shall have a separate entrance from the entrance to the principal dwelling unit, provided that there be a common entry hallway or corridor for that separate entrances.
Now,
That didn't-
doesn't the state law say something about that?
Just says
Define the
separate
se-
entrance.
Just a separate entrance?
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about a corridor.
Okay, so,
I thought we were
So-
doing that to avoid like seeing two front doors.
Right. But it can share the same front entrance if it.
It shares the same front door, then you go in and then you go into the
Into a
second-
vestibule
So
or
it
something,
can,
right?
yeah.
That's what I'm
So it doesn't
picturing.
have to have a separate
No,
entrance.
it doesn't, that's.
But then there is language that we had from 2 years ago, which said if there is a separate entrance, it should be in the side or the rear. So I think, and that's the language that I would want to see put in, so we don't have two front doors right next to each other. But I'll send that around. We'll circulate that because that was.
If you think about a lot of single families that are larger, that have a garage, you have a door next to the garage and then you have the main front door. So you already have two like front-facing doors.
The typical Crosby Colonial with
Yeah,
a
I mean,
breezeway.
you have a
Right,
lot of
That's
right.
commonly an entrance to an in-law, I still call them in-law, temporary apartment. It's commonly that that
Right.
breezeway is created. A lot of times people create a garage and that breezeway and then add the,
It's also a mudroom versus the front where you're coming in guest. So there's a lot of homes already that have two front-facing
Right.
doors. So I don't really see that as, in some ways it's better to have that than to have a side-facing or,
Except for
think
those
it-
were created as two families, so
I think some of those, my house is the house that we're describing, but if it's a small house that has two entrances, like if you have limited, a limited, facade and you have two entries, it looks a little different. What you described and what you described, there's quite a bit of separation between them.
I think that's worth thinking about is.
because I would almost call that a side door, like even though it's on the front of your house. So,
We
but,
call it a side door, but
yeah.
I guess it's
This-
a question, again, whether they'll see that as being something which
Right, that's-
limits whether
right.
they can be done or not. Because if you can't get that in, and that limits you from being able to do it, you're not requiring that similar kind of thing on a single family. Because they're
Yeah, it's
Single
really an
families.
aesthetic.
single
is.
families, some of them face the side, some face an angle, some face the front. They all have all sorts of configurations.
But one's typically more dominant
Well, I
with
was
a
gonna
portico
say,
or a larger door.
That would come in the
side legs.
design, and I don't think we can talk
Yeah.
about the design. If there was going to be two front doors, one of the front doors would just have to be designed to not look
Like a primary door.
correct. So I don't know how we can do
Because
that.
this language that, again, two years ago, if the primary entrance of an accessory dwelling is not proposed to be shared with that of the principal dwelling, such entrance shall be located on the side or in the rear of the principal dwelling. So maybe we work on
Yeah.
how we
All
want that
language you
language.
could use, but if you could come up with language that said it would be less obtrusive, or, I think it's just.
Or suggested, or, yeah, that it should be. All right. Well, we won't keep you, we should move on.
Brian Furs is on meeting.
Okay, great, yeah. And anyone else? Yeah, while we're on this, anyone from the public who would like to speak on the ADU article? Brian, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Brian Furs, 630 Brush Hill Road. Had a couple of quick comments. And again, thank you, as I said last time, thank you for taking up the very difficult task of drafting, drafting zoning and public forum. I know it's difficult. 3 quick comments. One is, I think you should put in a definition of what short-term rental is, unless it's already defined. I didn't have it in front of me. I don't know if it's in there, but I think that should be something that the board, that isn't left vague. It should be defined as whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, what is a short-term rental. Second point on number 5 that the chair was just talking about, I don't have the exact language, but they were saying that not more than one accessory dwelling unit. Just a question about whether, and I don't know the definition off the top of my head, how they're defining the ADU, but I don't know if it needs to say no more than one additional accessory dwelling unit to accommodate existing 2 families. So that's just a call out and a question. And then the third is actually just on the topic you were just talking about. I would be cautious about the front door requirement. I think it gets into a very subjective call for the code enforcement officer. I live in a historic 1850s farmhouse. My house has 2 very prominent front doors on opposite ends of the building. They're not even aligned to each other. And I think there's lots and lots of examples in Milton of homes that have 2 doors on the front of the house. So I would just be cautious to not get into a situation where you're leaving something that is very subjective for a code enforcement officer to have to wrangle and try to figure out. That's it. Again, thank you for all your time on this, and happy holidays.
Great, thank you, good comments. Okay, anyone else with their hand up, Julia, that you're saying? Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. We
You're welcome.
appreciate your institutional knowledge and your professional experience on this, so,
And you're going to send me that, Julia?
yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, and
both.
you're invited to come back on the 6th as well,
Thank you.
if you like, so we'll be a little further along, I hope. Okay, great. Okay, should we, I know, Maggie, you said there was something on site plan approval. Do you want to just touch on that? Or should we save that for,
Well, let's see.
well, if you have it, I mean, I'd be happy to.
No, I think a lot of work has been great. My question is on page 2. We talk about the size of trees. It says existing conditions survey that includes boundaries. So the second sentence, it shall include existing structures, parking areas, open space features, wall fences, and trees of 12-inch caliper or more. So my concern is I think there's a lot of benefit to having trees that are less than 12-inch caliper. So I can't recall where that 12 came in, and that might have even been, I might have put that in as a placeholder. So I don't know if 12 inch is fairly substantial. So I don't know if there was, if we should decrease that.
I feel like in site plan, yeah, like I'm thinking about.
So I found, it's on
hospital.
page 5, L, under site design standards, so GL, it says we need to track that, so incorporate existing site features, such as trees of 12-inch caliper. So is that what you were thinking of, or is there another
Yeah.
place that it's
Well,
new?
I'm not sure.
Because then on N, planting says deciduous trees shall be at least 3 inches in caliper, and deciduous trees used for screening shall be expected to reach a height of 20 feet within 10 years. So that's on page 6, N, under the plantings.
I think what you were referring to was in plans and
Under
plan
plans,
content.
correct.
That was under
plans.
plans, what they needed to record on the plans
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't mean, that's just recording on the plans. That
Existing.
doesn't mean they're going to remove anything
No, that's
less
just
than 12
documenting.
For the
inches.
tree survey that we
Okay.
have them do.
Okay, so that just was my question
Because
there.
surveys, you're not going to record every sapling.
Yeah.
Typically.
Okay. And then, so under plans and plan content, 12, a traffic impact analysis for projects with 10 or more parking spaces. So I don't think, 10, I'm not sure what the correct number is. But I don't necessarily think 10 is a significant amount of parking spaces that you would have to undergo a traffic impact analysis. But I'm not sure what the correct number, or if this is a plan that could be,
Remember, any of these can be
Waived.
waived.
Can
Any
be
of them.
waived.
So
Yeah,
if you look at
okay.
the very bottom, any one of these
Yeah.
can be waived.
okay.
Remember, I don't know if 10's correct or right either, but if you think about MBTA communities, and we're thinking of the Elliott Street corridor, 10 spaces on a lot there on a narrow road might be a lot, whereas 10 on some other road is nothing,
Yeah.
right? So it kind of gives at least a threshold, but it can be waived.
Yeah, okay, so that was good. And then just on page 4, just a language correction, right at the top, or other appropriate professionals who can assist the authority. So that's just any authority. So have we used the word authority before?
I'm sorry, where was that
Oh,
again?
right at the
Yeah.
top of page 4.
outside consultants.
Who can assist the board.
It should
You
be-
know, again,
I
that's
thought it was changed to board.
maybe I'm,
Oh, incurred by the authority?
yeah, so that's just.
Yeah, that should change, that should be switched to board. That's just a leftover from,
Yeah.
And then on page 5.
there's another one too, another line up, yeah. It's over to your left, Julia, a little bit further. Incurred by the authority. There you go.
And then I just wasn't really sure on page 5E where, and maybe it doesn't matter, but where the rationale for any development having 40 units or more should have a playground.
That came from
Is that
when I
like-
did the research for the MBTA communities,
Yeah.
and I was looking at what other communities were doing, and thinking if you have a development of 40 units, you know, having a play area.
So it wouldn't be, so I agree in having a play area and a recreation area, but I just, so if you have 35 units and you have kids living in a 35-unit development, they don't need to have a play area.
Again, it's just having a threshold
Yeah.
of a requirement.
Yeah, so I don't, again, I just wasn't really sure where that came from. And then,
I don't recall now since it's been over a year.
Yes, I know you've said that before regarding MBTA.
so if you have 39 units, you don't have a play area.
It's like any one of these thresholds, you know,
Yeah.
you're required to give a threshold because otherwise, how do you judge whether it's meeting it or not? I mean, these are supposed to be measurable, and if you don't give, like if you just said, you know, for a reasonable number of units, that wouldn't be sufficient. So you have to make a judgment about what threshold to give. And if somebody else thinks it should be a different number,
No, again, I wasn't really sure what the number was, and there must have been some sort of rationale for it, so.
I'd have to go back and
Yeah.
check all of my notes, which would be time consuming
Yeah,
at
I
this
know,
point.
you know.
But
Okay. And then down on GHI, where we were talking about the parking beds, and just a point of clarification, it says in the last sentence, a 5-foot, it's terminus island shall be provided at the beginning and end of each row, and a shade tree shall be planted. So I don't know if we just want to identify a shade tree, but maybe it could be an ornamental tree or.
the one reason that shade trees are used for in a situation of a large parking lot is for heat island effect, you know, is to get some shade onto the paved surface.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just wasn't sure if that was a little too restrictive. You know, I'm all for trees being planted everywhere. But there are some ornamentals that might be nice too. So I just wanted to flag it. Is it too restrictive?
I think that's, again, one of those things that we could waiver, we could
Yeah.
put a waiver on. If
Yeah, let's just say that there were,
We needed.
you had a parking lot and you had a landscape design that you said, they came and said, we'd really prefer a couple of ornamentals here. I don't see that the board would
be
say
a
no, because we have an opportunity to waive it.
Okay, so all of these are waivable. And then also in the parking surfaces, so it says including pervious materials, which is bricks, decomposed granite, But it's my understanding that Milton doesn't consider gravel as pervious. When you get your stormwater bill, any gravel driveway is still taxed as impervious.
Interesting.
It doesn't say gravel here, though. It says concrete, asphalt,
Decomposed granite. Yeah, so that was my question. Do we
bricks or
add,
pavers.
should we add gravel, pea stones? What about shells? You know, crushed shells can also be used as a driveway.
I think what you would do, Julie, is just add it up in the second, under this first sentence.
Pavers including materials, yeah.
So so there.
And so how would we, and again, this isn't a question really for us, but how would we get the town of Milton to recognize that gravel and stone, shells, pea stones is considered pervious?
They actually charge for brick walkways that are not set in stone, just loose bricks.
Yeah.
And there's somebody who had a brick patio large, and it was all
Yeah.
considered impervious.
So now you're going back to I,
Yeah.
and the shade tree, how did you want that? How did you want
Well, Cheryl said that that can be waived, so
Okay, so
that's
that's
okay.
just-
Yeah, that was just, yeah, that's fine. And then one other thing was on plans, you know, because I'm on the Climate Action Committee and we're talking about carbon sequestration. And I know it doesn't happen now, but in the future, would there ever be a requirement for a carbon sequestration plan? Maybe
Well,
that's too far.
I think that's too far, but we do
But,
have a
yeah.
requirement under you, let's see, on page 6, resiliency and sustainability to consider present and future climate conditions in assessing the project's environmental impacts, including carbon emissions.
Yeah,
And then it also, extreme precipitation, extreme heat and sea level rise, and projects must identify site and building strategies that eliminate, reduce, and mitigate adverse impacts, including those due to changing climate conditions. So I think that covers it
Yeah.
without being
Very
prescriptive.
specific.
Yeah.
and then under the renewable energy, under that, it says projects shall consider access to solar energy in building placement, orientation, and design. But I don't, but it shouldn't be at the expense of tree removal. Because that's another thing that we've sort of talked about on the climate action, is what provides more of a benefit, or what should be encouraged, solar panels, but if you plant a tree, then you're gonna cast shade, and that could,
That's why I don't have solar panels, because I'm not willing to take down trees.
yeah. So that's, it's just a discussion point.
It's not requiring
Right.
Shall consider,
tree removal. It's just asking for it to be considered, to put it as something to discuss, since it's asking for it to
Yeah.
be considered. I mean, when they're doing site planning, you can arrange a building, you know, depending on the size of the parcel. You can arrange your building to take advantage or to not, you know, and this is saying, do that if you are able to.
I think that is sort of, so, because I wasn't here when you guys discussed this, so these were just some of the questions, comments.
Okay. You have more?
No.
I've just got a quickie on, as we talk about waivers, page 1 going into page 2. This meeting may also provide an opportunity to discuss the procedures, waiver, and information the board will need. Should we say, after waiver, should it say like waiver options or waiver process? Because it's like, just doesn't sound, that doesn't, in reading that, it doesn't sort of jump out at me saying, hey, you can possibly get waivers for all these things.
Maybe waiver process? Waiver.
So to discuss.
Waiver request?
Waiver requests,
Right, yeah.
maybe, yeah,
Request,
waiver
decline,
requests.
Options,
Yeah.
process, whatever, just something more than just the word
Waiver
waiver.
requests, yeah.
Cool.
Fine.
That's it for me.
All right, so this is, I think, a good point that we would, if I could have a motion to continue the public hearing for warrant articles until January 6th
Do you have a time?
at, we have some other things that will be first, probably.
Bassett Street on the 6th.
Yeah. So 7:30? Won't be before that.
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing on warrant articles to 7:30 on January 6th.
That sound good? Any
Second.
discussion? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Great, all right, I appreciate that. And so now we can open our new public hearing, which is the Thayer Nursery special permit. Maggie is going to leave at this
Yes.
time,
Oh, thank you.
so we can discuss and we can invite the applicants to join us. Sorry. Good night, thanks. If you'd like to introduce yourself and
Sure.
state your name and address once you get settled for the record.
Good evening and happy holidays.
Thank
My
you.
name is Josh Oldfield and I live at 24 Forest Street. I don't know if the board has a copy of what I'm going to read off tonight or not, but if you don't, I have copies.
Take a hard copy if you don't mind.
Does anyone else need a hard copy?
Sure,
I'll
take one.
take-
Yeah, that's great.
If you have it.
Thank you.
I'm here with Marion McGettrick,
Give one.
our attorney, to help give some insight as well.
So would you like me to begin, Josh? Is
Yeah,
that-
you can.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Josh Oldfield is doing the application and I'm presenting it, but we've talked about this, and since I've been involved since shortly after their initial 2016 permit was issued, I've represented them for appeals, represented them for their renewal. I'm very familiar with the legal requirements and the procedures. So I'd like to give you a summary, and I think each of you did receive a copy of this memo, but probably only got it yesterday. So I'm going to go through it quickly, and I'll be here for questions. I also have some comments in response to memorandum I received at 5 o'clock tonight from some neighbors' attorney, Matthew Dunn, Attorney Dunn, and I'm going to try to get through that all quickly as sort of an introduction, and then go with the details of what Josh wants to say about the application. So this, I think the first point I wanted to make that I think is quite important here is that their nursery's landscaping special permit is a time-limited operation. It is not a special permit that can be renewed forever, and that is because of the very unusual circumstances of Thayer Nursery's original permitting, that when Thayer Nursery applied for a nursery permit, nursery and landscaping permit back many, many years ago, this was Josh's father and mother, it was in the neighborhood it's in now, and it was a very sensitive and special neighborhood then. So the Board of Appeals, which issues nursery permits, Board of Appeals limited the permit to the applicants. So Margaret and Robert Oldfield were the only persons who could operate under that nursery permit. A number of years later, I think it was 1999, I'm not sure, the Board of Appeals decided to amend that permit to allow the operation to be carried out by the children of Robert and Margaret. And so that is how Maggie and Josh Oldfield came to be operators under the original nursery permit, and they are now the sole operators and managers of the nursery and landscaping business. This permit is limited to them. There are no other children who are interested in operating the nursery, and their own children cannot take over the operation. And the landscape use special permit bylaw that the town passed in 2016 only allows the operation that was in existence for a landscaping business in 2012. And Thayer's operation is limited by the nature of its original permits. So, you know, Josh is here tonight to ask you to issue a new special permit, but lest anybody think that's some kind of broad opening of, you know, some other type of use or much longer-term use, this special permit cannot be continued beyond the time within which Maggie and Josh Oldfield are able and willing to operate. So, you know, they're, I don't know, in their 50s, I guess. Depending on their health and everything else, they could continue for a number of years. They could decide to retire at any time. But when that happens, there is no way for this operation to continue unless somebody comes in with an entirely new application and goes to the Board of Appeals all over again and says, well, we want to run a nursery operation, and it's not the Oldfield family. And I can't presume as to what's likely to happen in that case, but I will say that, you know, some of the most valuable property in Milton is up in this area. This property that they're using is very valuable. So most likely the use will change within a few years. So this is not like the nursery and landscaping business on Route 28, for example, which can continue indefinitely with renewals of the permits. Secondly, the applicants are requesting exactly the same terms and conditions as were approved in their 2016 special permit and their 2019 renewal permit. They have not changed anything. They have not changed the way their site's laid out. They have not changed their operation, and they are not asking for any relief from any of the conditions and terms that were imposed in 2016. And that's why the application is drafted as an application to incorporate by reference all of the documents, all of the plans, all of the evidence that the planning board has on file. And in fact, because both of the permit and the renewal were appealed, that evidence is also documented in court files. They're all public records and they're all available. And so they haven't copied every record all over again for you because you already have it in your files. The only changes to these original terms and conditions are the result of the sale of Maggie Oldfield's house, which was 237 Hillside Street. That was part of the original permit site. It's gone now. Maggie lives somewhere else. So an amendment was granted in 2019 allowing that lot to be removed. A second lot, 217 Hillside Street, was no longer eligible to be part of the permit because it was no longer contiguous, and the bylaw requires that all the lots be contiguous for such a permit. So that's also out of the permitted area. Then, as a result of the appeals, the one change that the court made, and this was actually the Massachusetts Court of Appeals, determined that Thayer Nursery Corporation Incorporated, or Thayer Nursery Corporation, could not be a recipient of the permit. And the reason they did that was because they were not recipients of the original nursery permits. The Planning Board in 2016 chose to make them a recipient for very good reasons, I'm sure, but the court did not uphold that. So now, when you see this application before you, the only applicants are Josh and Maggie Oldfield. There was determination by the court, however, that Josh and Maggie can use the corporation to operate their business. Finally, there have been no changes to the site, no changes to the operation. The requirements of the original bylaw, the landscape business use bylaw, requires an ongoing landscaping business in use in 2012. All of the volume of materials and the type of operation have to be the same. As a result, this 2016 special permit required annual reports simple reports to be filed by the nursery and landscaping business. And these are things like documentation of the number of employees, the number and types of trucks, the amount of materials of different types that are stored on the premises. All of those things had to remain at no greater volume than they were in 2012. And Thayer Nursery, or Maggie and Josh, have filed all of those required reports. They also had some unusual, they had an unusual condition in their permit, which was relating to stormwater, because where Thayer Nursery is, it's the recipient of a lot of stormwater coming off the hill from the Blue Hills in back of them. And as a result of the benefit of getting this special permit, Thayer Nursery had to install a whole stormwater drainage system, including channels and berms, and a stormwater retention area, which holds stormwater and then eventually drains into the stormwater system in Hillside Street. Because they were required to have that drainage system every year, they are supposed to turn over the logs that they maintain during the year, showing what repairs and what work was done in the drainage system. And usually it's a one-page statement, but these days, Josh always files the report saying that he's inspected the system and it's operating as it's supposed to be operated. And those reports have all been filed, timely filed with the town. The final point I want to make is this application is eligible only for a 3-year term. By missing the application deadline for renewal, they also miss the opportunity now to apply for longer than a 3-year term. The bylaw says that a new special permit can only be issued for up to 3 years. So that's my quick summary of sort of, the basic legal background. I did want to respond briefly to some of the comments that Attorney Dunn made, and I believe you've received that letter or memorandum from him. As I've already stated, I represented Maggie and Josh for the appeal of their 2016 landscaping permit and also for the appeal of their 2019 landscaping permit. And in the course of those appeals, the record evidence was submitted to the planning board. It was also assembled by the town and provided to the land court and the Massachusetts Appeals Court. So there's an extensive record of what conditions were in 2016. And the courts reviewed all of that evidence and determined that there was satisfactory, sufficient evidence to support the determination of the planning board, to support the conditions imposed by the planning board in that permit, and the permit was upheld. So they're applying now for the same permit, same terms and conditions, and they're applying with the same operation and with the same, general conditions. The Dunn Memorandum recites all the conditions, all of the requirements, which are quite extensive in that 2016 landscaping special permit bylaw. As if this application weren't being done as it is, which is that it's an application for exactly the same operation. And therefore, the applicants are relying on the existing record of what that operation is, and they are saying that it has not changed. What's important to understand is that there have been inspections done on a regular basis since 2016 by the building department over and over again. In fact, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny of this operation, more than I've seen in any other special permit. But, there were appeals, and the neighbors were very concerned, so there were lots of inspections of what they were doing. So the questions that remain to be answered are, was the work originally required carried out? This work was required to improve the site, according to the Planning Board decision in 2016, and the answer is yes, it was. The compliant completion of site work is certified by an engineer in the 2017 as-built plan, and that's what the town required. They couldn't start operating the landscaping business until that as-built plan was filed. Then, after the as-built plan is filed, of course, then they continue to operate. That's why the building inspector continued to visit the site and inspect it on a regular basis. So the site in operation today, and since September 2019, when they applied for renewal, is still compliant with the requirements of the 2016 decision and the renewal decision. The premises have been inspected recently by our relatively new building commissioner, Joseph Achu, and he has submitted a letter to the planning board saying that all aspects of the operation in the premises are compliant with the terms of that permit. So the applicants don't need to submit copies of plans and documents that are already on file with the Milton Planning Board. And because these are public records and they're already available to everyone. They can incorporate that evidence in their current application, and based on their position that their site plan and operation has not changed, can rely on that evidence to support this application, providing they can show that they've been inspected and they're still operating as required at that time by those terms and conditions. So the sufficiency of this evidence relied upon for this application has already been determined by Massachusetts Land Court and Massachusetts Appeals Court to be adequate to support the terms and conditions in the special permit in 2016, which are the same terms and conditions being requested of you tonight. They're asking for nothing more than a special permit on those same terms and conditions for the same operation and the same site layout. The second memo from Attorney Dunn was about Maggie Oldfield recusing herself. Maggie Oldfield has recused herself from these proceedings because of her position as an elected member of the planning board. She had already previously consulted the appropriate state officials and, as advised, will not be participating in this hearing. So those are my quick responses to those two memos, and Josh is going to do the rest of the presentation.
Great.
So I'm here to request the issuance of a special permit and site plan approval for the continued operation of our landscaping business at Thayer Nursery. I would like to give you a little bit of history. My parents purchased the home of Roger Thayer's farm stand greenhouse business in 1965 to start a business in the family. In 1967, they were granted a special permit by the ZBA to construct a greenhouse and for the purpose of selling produce and plants, as well as mulches and other fertilizer-type products, and to conduct a landscaping business. In 1976, they purchased an additional contiguous lot at 0 Forest Street. In 1987, they purchased the property at 24 Forest Street. The ZBA amended the special permit to allow the new lots to be used in conjunction with the nursery and landscaping business, to allow for a new display building within an office, and to authorize the sale of accessory items, including garden tools and firewood. From 1963 to today, our family members have lived on the property, have held ownership of the Thayer Nursery Corporation, and have operated continuously as a nursery selling plants, bulk mulches, soils, and firewood, as well as conducting a landscaping business. Since my father's death in 2000, Maggie and I have been the operators of the business. In 2013, it was determined that the town of Milton did not have the authority to issue special permits to allow landscaping businesses to operate in residential districts. Instead, the town should have issued variances. Because of this ruling, the town issued a cease and desist of our landscaping operations. A new townwide bylaw was created and was approved by town meeting in 2014 that allows all landscaping businesses located in residential districts to be allowed to apply to the planning board for a special permit if they meet certain requirements. We met the requirements. So in 2016, we applied to the planning board and received a special permit. This permit allows us to operate our landscaping business alongside our nursery business on Hillside Street. The 2016 permit was granted for a 3-year term. In 2019, we renewed our permit and were granted a 5-year term. This term expired in September. For a variety of reasons, this expiration date slipped by us, and for that we are sorry. My mother passed away earlier this year, and we are still in the process of settling her estate. Once that is finalized, we will be back to update the land ownership information and for an A&R. We are not sure when exactly that will be, but it will be in the next couple of months. We have provided the information as it stands today. Because we missed the renewal deadline, we thought it was best that we apply as a new special permit instead of just a renewal. We don't want to get tied up in any procedural technicalities. I know the town hall is short-staffed in multiple departments, and I apologize for creating more work for everyone. So even though this application is for a new special permit, there are no changes. There are no amendments. We're not seeking any waivers or concessions. As our application states, all the documents, all the plans are the exact same as in 2016 and in 2019. And the conditions and terms will be the exact same as well. I will quickly review the history of the 2016 and 2019 requirements. In 2016, we provided documents and plans that identified the existing conditions and the proposed conditions. All these conditions have been implemented and approved by town staff and town boards. We have made many site improvements. We've removed impervious surfaces and created new nursery stock grow-out areas. We brought in new soil that naturally reduces stormwater runoff. The plant material captures and stores rainfall in their canopies, their roots, and their leaf litter. The planted field creates conditions that promote the infiltration of stormwater into the soil. It helps to slow down and temporarily store runoff. We have removed approximately 10,000 square feet of impervious surface. By doing this, we increased existing 30-foot natural buffer by adding an additional 50 feet of new nursery stock. We also created a more centrally located land care area that is for our bulk materials and for parking of our equipment. New material bins were installed in this area approximately 40 feet away from the property line, and sprinklers are attached to the corners of the bins. The creation of the bins limits the amount of product we can store at any time. We installed rubber sound-absorbing fence on the most impacted property lines. It is 8 feet tall with high tensile steel fencing attached to 6-inch by 12 feet long pressure posts with attached 2 overlapping 4.5-foot sheets on soundproofing that is 1 pound reinforced mass-loaded vinyl. Along the property line, along the southerly property line, the fence, it is set back 15 feet in from the property line. Along the northeast property line, the fence is installed approximately 10 feet in from the property line as approved by the abutter and the Milton Planning Department. Further along the northeast property line, which is the Joe Henning and Rowe residence, the fence is set back 30 feet from the property lines. And this section of fence is positioned on a fieldstone wall that is built up almost 4 feet high to provide additional noise reduction and privacy. 3 10-foot wide, 8-foot high access gates were installed with sound attenuation panels, so we have access to our property on the other side of the fence. Even though we don't have any wetlands, we were not constructing any new buildings, and our post-construction stormwater runoff was not increasing. We installed an extensive drainage system. The drainage system is designed and installed with our engineer in collaboration with one of the neighbor's engineers. It is functioning as designed. It minimizes stormwater flow and prevents the generation of additional stormwater by maximizing open and green spaces and protecting natural features. A series of Caltech chambers in the low area on the northeasterly section of the property by Harlan Street tie into the town's stormwater drain system in Hillside Street. The 2016 permit required a 12 months and 24 months post-construction engineer's report. This report was completed and reviewed prior to our 2019 renewal. We maintain the drainage swale regularly and submit our maintenance logs annually to the town engineering department. Plantings were installed. A mix that range in height of 10 to 12 feet and that include Norway spruces, arborvitae, white pine. In some areas, plantings are located on both sides of the fence. Parking plan, we have a total of 34 parking spaces. Those spaces are shared among our customers, employees, and for the parking of our equipment. This does not include additional spaces within the wood barn for the parking of bobcats and other equipment. Building plans. No new buildings were constructed, all structures exist. One storage structure we have is 12.6 feet tall and contains 437 square feet and is connected to the rear of the wood barn. The shed houses our small equipment like blowers, trimmers, as well as a 1,000-gallon diesel tank. The tank sits on a concrete pad. The area is kept clean and clear of debris. We have a 5-year permit which expires next year with the Milton Fire Department. The shed and tank get inspected at the time of renewal. Exterior lighting is as shown on the lighting plan. They are located as follows. 3 1,000-watt floodlights mounted have been removed and replaced with smaller spotlights with shields that are available at Home Depot. They are not commercial grade. One on the barn at 13 feet, 0.1, 2 on the garden shop at 22 feet, and 1 on the shed at 10 feet have been removed. Other lights include 2 accent wall lights on either side of the doors on the barn, 2 accent wall lights on either side of the doors on the shed, 4 fluorescent tube lights undermounted on the ceiling of the porch of the shed, 8 task lighting fixtures along the center of the roof of the lath house, 5 post lights along the site driveway entrance, 5 light cans undermounted on the entrance of the garden shop. Sign plan. We are permitted for 5 signs, but only have 3 today, and 2 will be replaced in the spring. Currently, there is a sign on Hillside Street by the house driveway. There is a sign at the entrance to the nursery at Forest Street. There is a sign above the entrance to the garden shop. List of vehicles. The number of pieces of equipment remains unchanged, and an equipment list is provided to the town each year. When we replace a vehicle, we confirm the purchase with the building inspector. Sales plan of the landscape business. Hours of operation. The hours of the sales office are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday. Sundays from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. The landscaping season is typically March through December. Annually, we make a report to the building inspector of our number of employees, sales volumes of any snow removal business, and sales volumes of our bulk materials, such as soil, compost, mulch, and firewood. On-site traffic loading deliveries. The loading of the landscape business trucks occurs Monday through Friday between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m., Saturday between 8 a.m. until 5 p.m., and Sunday between 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. Incoming deliveries are scheduled from Monday through Friday between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. If any deliveries are made outside these hours, we maintain a log stating the time of the delivery and reason why it was made out of hours. Dumpsters. The dumpster and compost pile are located to the rear of the wood barn and are screened by the soundproof fence. They are scheduled to be emptied weekly or as needed between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. And that's in one last, and for curiosity's sake, how has the town handled business permits that have expired in the past? Thank you for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? And just to answer, we typically do not, because I don't want to forget your question, we typically do not deal with permits that expire or have an expiration date, to my knowledge. I've not we haven't had any others, so we haven't had to deal with the expiration. So it's unusual that we have a date. I don't know if you'd like to add to that.
Other than enforcement lies with the building department and not with the planning board. But the original special permit did have an opportunity to cure. And so I was looking at that, and Marion, you touched on that. Do you mind just going over that part again?
Well, there are various types of violations, of course, that can occur at any time. Mainly, you hear about them in the building department because somebody complains to them. The building department follows up right away on a complaint like that and notifies the property owner, in this case, their nursery. And any complaints that have arisen have been addressed pretty promptly. There's never been any follow-up after that. This is a violation. The permit expired. Their nursery was operating, so they're in violation now because they don't have an active permit. As soon as they were notified, and I have to say thank you to the neighbors who pointed it out, if it wasn't going to be realized pretty soon anyway, their nursery began to prepare their application for a new special permit because now their permit had expired. Incidentally, there have been expirations of special permits with the Board of Appeals that I've dealt with in the same way. So if the permit expires, the applicant has to apply for a new special permit, and that's what's happening here. As far as cure of violations goes, these are handled through the building department. The applicant or the violator must be notified. The violator then has a reasonable amount of time, usually 20 days at least, depending on what the violation is, to take steps to cure the violation. So if you're operating out of permit because your permit is expired, the obvious step to take is to apply. And in this case, I believe it has to be an application for a new special permit, and they did take that step. They have filed the application with you, and now then it's up to the board, the planning board, to decide will they issue the new special permit. Once they take the steps to file the application, then enforcement action is state. That's a procedure in the building department that, at least in my experience, has been the procedure.
I have two questions. Josh, thanks for this. This is helpful. And in advance of this, I actually did visit today just to walk the property and try to understand, the operation, that drainage, swale, and everything around the shed, on both property lines. So I have a current understanding of how it is right now. Two questions. Is there anything that hasn't been cured? Right? Is there? That's one question. And the second question is, for whatever the reasons are, don't really matter to me how the dates slip by. But what would the process have been if you had not missed the expiration date?
I'm not aware of any violations that haven't been cured. I did notice one comment in Attorney Dunn's memo about permits from the fire department for mulch, something like that. And I do want you to know that before we received that memo, their nursery told me that they had already been meeting with the fire department to make sure that they were in compliance with any regulations. There is no permit required for their nursery for their mulch storage for various reasons, and if anybody questions that, they can go back and talk to the fire department about it, but that was clearly what their determination was. I don't know of any open complaints that have not been addressed. Had they filed on September 19th, 2024, on or before, they would then be simply applying for a renewal of their special permit. It would be the second renewal. The first one was 2019. The standard for issuing a renewal permit is material compliance with all the terms of the original special permit and of any changes in terms in a first renewal. So that's what they would be having to do had they applied on time. Since they haven't changed any of the conditions, they're not asking for anything different than they had in the special permit. In some ways, the application is similar to what it would be, but they can't have more than a 3-year term as a new special permit, so they will have a limit there.
But the question I have, if we had done it on September 19th and we were granted a permit at that point in time, it would be for a period of 5 years, if I'm correct.
Well, it's up to the planning board.
Okay.
The planning board could decide it won't be for 5 years, it could be for 4 years, or it could be for a lesser term. That is
the one that-
you make that determination each time you issue a renewal or a new special permit.
Gotcha, I'm sorry.
Can I continue? I just want to continue with my question. Thank you. So if there's no known situation that's not cured, I assume if you filed on time in September, you would have been determined to be within material compliance?
Well, that
just-
requires an inspection by the building department.
Okay, and has that happened?
So,
Yes.
can I just comment? I emailed our building commissioner yesterday. He sent a letter to me that he said he had sent to the board, but I didn't get it through the board channels, and maybe it's in Cheyenne's inbox.
Okay.
But I'll just read it because it was dated
Yeah,
as of yesterday. Milton Planning Board, RE, inspection and oversight of Thayer Nursery relative to requirements of special permit and site plan approval for landscaping business. This office has reviewed the special permit documents regarding the maintenance and operation of a landscape business at 270 Hillside Street, Milton, Mass. The property was last inspected on Friday, December 6, 2024. As of today, Thursday, December 18th, 2024, Thayer Nursery is compliant with the conditions set forth in the special permit with site plan approval granted on September 12, 2019. It is my recommendation that the special permit with site plan approval be renewed. Sincerely, Joseph M. Atchu, Building Commissioner. So I had asked him if he had determined that they were in compliance and if there were any outstanding complaints. So that's the response that he sent.
I know there's, thanks, that's helpful. And that's as of the 6th. I know there was a letter from Attorney Dunn that I think I got around 3:30. It's 15 pages long. And based on the time it arrived and the length of it, you know, I know I have it, but I haven't read it.
I did read it. I received it at 5 p.m., and I did prepare a memo in response, and I have copies, which I'll give you, because although I sent them, it was after 6 o'clock. And so that's why I tried to give you a little summary
Yeah.
tonight, because I did read the memo pretty carefully, and the bulk of the memo addresses all of the requirements under the bylaw for issuance of a special permit. There's nothing wrong with that. Those are the requirements. The point I tried to make to you earlier is that those were the requirements that the Thayer Nursery operation had to meet in 2016, and a permit was issued because they demonstrated through evidence at a long series of hearings that they met all of the requirements of the bylaw. And they are applying under exactly the same terms and conditions as were imposed in 2016. They're applying really for the same permit and under the same terms and conditions. It is not necessary for them to produce copies of all of that evidence because you already have it in your files, and the courts have it, and the town prepared a compilation of all that evidence for all of these court cases. So, I mean, it's this thick. It's many documents, it's readily available, and Attorney Dunn was the attorney for those appeals, and he has access to them, as do the neighbors. So I'm not sure, I don't believe that we need to re-argue those points and that evidence. What you do need to determine is that today, that Thayer Nursery is still in compliance with those terms and conditions, and I think it's a good question to ask, whether there are complaints that have not been resolved, whether there's anything left hanging that hasn't been taken care of. To the best of my knowledge, there is not.
I'm not aware of any.
Any other questions? We're going to take comments from the public, and anyone on Zoom, if they would like to speak to this. We have gotten many letters in support of this application, and one one resident specifically sent a letter that asked to be read into the record. So I just wanted to, while the board is waiting to see if we have any further questions. Let me see. Yes, here it is. Sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, my apologies.
Matthew Dunn has his hand raised.
Okay, all right, great. So we'll call on him in a second, and I'm just trying to add this in. All right, I'll keep looking. I'll pull this letter up, but Julia, I may need you to. I don't see an attachment here on the John Lawton letter that he asked to be read. Maybe you can look at it and read it when it comes. But why don't we let Mr. Dunn?
I printed it out for you.
Oh, you did. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, because I didn't want to forget this. Dear Ms. Hall, I'm writing to express my support for Thayer Nursery's special permit renewal. As a 30-year resident of the Hillside Street and a longtime resident of Milton, I support the renewal of Thayer's special permit for the following reasons. One, as you may be aware, the Oldfield family has been operating Thayer Nursery at its current location, 270 Hillside Street, for almost 60 years, and in doing so has contributed to the unique charm and historic nature of our neighborhood in the town of Milton. Two, on many occasions, Thayer Nursery has offered use of their property for Hillside Neighborhood Association meetings, 1 to 2 hours, and other informal social outings, offering coffees and hot chocolate when strolling through the nursery, all with the intent to build a sense of community and welcoming of the new and not so new neighbors. 3, the guidelines established by the current special permit allow for the businesses and neighborhoods to operate and live in a cohesive and respectful manner. 4, the professional business approach and folksy manner by which Maggie and Josh run the respective businesses are a sense of joy and pride for many long-term and new neighbors and the citizens of the town of Milton. I encourage the planning board to vote in favor of renewing the Thayer Nursery special permit. Respectfully, John P. Lawton, 100 Hillside Street. So we'll add that to the record. And now we can hear from, I don't know if Mr. Dunn, if you would like to join us at this point?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for calling me. I represent Phil Joining and John Rowe. They live at 23 Parkwood Drive, which is a direct abutter to the Thayer Nursery site. I'd like to just say hello to Attorney McGettrick and Josh. As Attorney McGettrick indicated, this has been a very long process with regards to trying to find a balance between Thayer Nursery's operations and the peaceful enjoyment and quiet enjoyment of the neighbors in which it operates. It's a pretty unique situation. Thayer Nursery, and I know that Josh alluded to it, started off as a family-run nursery business in a residential neighborhood, and it gelled pretty nicely at the time, I'm sure. But the operation, as I indicated in my memorandum, has expanded to a pretty large-scale commercial venture in a residential neighborhood. And as I highlighted in my memo, over the years, as it's grown, that's created some tension between the neighbors and the business. And it's pretty long-standing, and I recited that history in my memorandum. But this has been a decades-long wrestling match between trying to find a balance between the commercial operations and the neighborhood in which it is operated. I'm not really, I don't know of really any other commercial venture that operates of its size in a residential district. So, there's been a back and forth between the neighbors and the business as to try to find a balance. And the pendulum has swung both ways. In 2013, the ZBA precluded the business from operating, and it swung back the other way with regards to a citizen's petition that was advanced by Thayer and approved by town meeting that ultimately resulted in the landscaping amendment that provided the zoning relief that the Thayer operators applied for or were granted in 2016. But the 2016 process with regards to the information that Thayer was required to submit, the plans, the inspections of the property, I mean, that was very intensive. And it was intensive for a reason, because I think that this board, the planning board as it was comprised in 2016, recognized that this was a long-standing issue, and if their nursery was going to be able to continue to operate in this residential district, it had to make some compromises with regards to how it operated, how it controlled its activities in this residential neighborhood. And so and I'm just giving you a background on how we arrived at both the bylaw requirements and the special permit that was ultimately issued, and then the occupancy permit that ultimately issued, because each one of those was a process with back and forth with each deciding authority considering detailed current information with regards to the activities that Thayer was proposing to undertake at the property and what they were going to do to mitigate, and then confirming that those mitigation measures were installed. So at this point, what Thayer is asking is they're asking for a new special permit, and in the bylaw, in the preamble itself, talks about a special permit shall satisfy all requirements specified in 275-314, and those requirements are spelled out over a series of about 5 pages, and that's outlined in my memorandum. And so what Thayer is asking the planning board to do is basically adopt the information that it provided to the planning board 9 years ago to apply for a new special permit. And the only reason why they're applying for a new special permit now is because they allowed the first special permit, or the renewed special permit from 2019, to lapse, and my clients were forced to bring an enforcement action or request to the building inspector to look into that, and that's what prompted the submission of the new application for a special permit. So the requirements of the bylaw that we're talking about, the landscaping amendment, are pretty clear as to what needs to be submitted to the board, what type of evaluation needs to be done. Attorney McGettrick and I were part of that process in 2016. That's the type of process that needs to be implemented now with regards to the application of a new special permit that they're seeking. So this is, we've got to start this whole thing anew. And I understand, I haven't seen the building commissioner's recent letter, but from what was read into the record, it sounds like it's painting with an extremely broad brush to cover, at least 18 to 24 requirements that can't be done in a simple one-man walkthrough site inspection. I mean, like I said, this was a process in 2016 with regards to the submission of a detailed drainage plan and understanding its functionality, a landscaping plan to understand that it was going to create a buffer with regards to noise and light to surrounding neighbors. And I understand where Josh is saying that we did this in 2016. Well, there's been no verification, and this would even be required if they were renewing their permit, to show that there's been material compliance with the existing terms of the special permit. That's just, it hasn't been done, right? So, as much as I would love to take Josh and Maggie and the Thayer Nursery representatives at their word that the 2015, because that's when the information was submitted, if you look at the plans that were submitted by the Oldfields in support of their application, the 2015, that's the way things remain 9 years later on the ground, and those conditions are the exact same and functioning the exact same way that they were intended to mitigate the effect of the commercial activities on the surrounding residential neighborhood, it's, you know, as Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. I mean, the reason why there's these requirements in the special permit provision, the landscaping amendment, is so there is a verification process. There is a vetting process to make sure what there says they're going to do, what there says is at the property is actually there and is actually functioning in the manner that it's supposed to function. And only when that occurs can there be harmony between the commercial activities at the property and the residential neighbors in the neighborhood that it's functioning in. So, you know, we're not asking to, you know, flat out deny the permit now. What we're saying is the application is incomplete. And what we need to do is go through the process that was outlined in the bylaw amendment, in the landscaping amendment, and in the 2016 special permit. Because that's what's allowed this business to be able to operate in relative harmony in the neighborhood for the last, you know, 8 years. So I don't think that we're at a point where we can just rubber stamp the application by relying on 9-year-old stale information. So you know, I'll let for the rest of it, I'll let my memo speak for itself. But you know, I think that the application is incomplete. We need some more. We need some verification as to the representations that are made with there, either whether it's a site inspection or a more detailed findings by the building commissioner as to each of the requirements that's spelled out in the landscaping amendment, how and why those requirements are satisfied. Because we're looking, this is a new special permit that, again, and I'll close on this, requires satisfaction of all of the elements. I mean, that's on the second sentence of the bylaw amendment. And that's because it's a new one. But even if we were talking about renewing it, there would still have to be information provided to this board that there's been material compliance other than a 3-word sentence from the building inspector, respectfully. So there's really too much at stake with regards to how the neighbors, particularly my clients and the other people on Parkwood Drive, are affected by the operations at there, to just kind of let this slide and rubber stamp it. So I'll close on that, and I'll rely on the information that's provided in my memo. And I thank you for your time.
Great. Any questions for Matthew Dunn from the board members?
I guess I have one question. Matthew, thank you for what you wrote and for your explanation. What conditions that the special permit requires are they not meeting right now?
Well, I can tell you. Can you still hear me?
I can, sure.
Okay. So one of the issues that is starting to creep in, and I can only speak for my clients, is the drainage issue. I know that the sound attenuation issue is affecting their ability to use and enjoy their home. So those are two.
Can you be specific?
Lighting.
Before you leave those, what about the drainage? Are they not meeting the condition?
So there's supposed to be there's a couple of things, right? There's a drainage mitigation plan that's supposed to be functionality, and it's supposed to prevent water from spilling off of the Thayer Nursery site onto a butter's property, of which my clients is one, right? And so they've experienced some water filtration in their home. As sort of we've gotten further away from the implementation of the mitigation measures that Thayer initially put into place in 2016. There's been some deterioration with respect to the landscaping plan that was designed to shield the activities at Thayer visually from the neighbors. The sound attenuation, again, the lighting mitigation, I know is a factor. So I mean, this is the thing. If you just this stuff, the mitigation, over time it'll deteriorate, and that's what we're kind of starting to observe. And then it needs to be updated, it needs to be refreshed, it needs to be able to function in the manner contemplated in the 2016 special permit.
So, Mr. Dunn,
Go ahead, I'm
sorry.
We have a question from one of the board members.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, you rattled off a few things there, and as far as Thayer Nursery said tonight, and as far as the building commissioner said yesterday, there are no outstanding complaints. So were complaints filed on all of these items that you just rattled off, and were they not addressed? Or can you explain that?
Were complaints filed with regards to?
The things that you just said that were of concern that weren't properly holding up properly. You said the stormwater, the lighting, the landscape buffer. You said that those weren't meeting the permit, but yet I understand there's no outstanding complaints. So are these new as of today, or are these issues that have been ongoing? Or I guess I'm trying to understand if these are things that are of concern. When did they become of concern, and did you notify anybody in advance of today that these were of concern?
Well, my client made, again, the reason why we're here is because my client made a zoning enforcement request to the building commissioner with regards to Thayer's non-compliance with the terms of the permit, which is they allowed it to lapse, right? And so
Did
the
they say at the same
opportunity
time?
to voice our complaints is my understanding would be at this very proceeding, and the obligation is on Thayer to show that the mitigation measures that are required under the bylaw are satisfied. Unless I'm reading the bylaw wrong, I think that's the burden is on Thayer to be able to demonstrate that.
So, Attorney Dunn, I want to go back to the 4 points you made. The drainage mitigation, you also made a reference to the landscape buffer deterioration. You made a reference to sound mitigation, and you made a reference to lighting mitigation. What deterioration specifically? I looked at the sound mitigation. I'd like to understand what you mean by deterioration of the sound mitigation. I'd like to understand what you mean by mitigation or non-performance of any of those 4 items specifically.
Matt, would you mind?
Well, I think if we can.
Matt, would you mind if I responded to this? Would you mind? It's Phil.
No, I don't mind at all. It's the police support. I just don't know what order you guys want to take it.
There has.
Come to the table, please.
Yeah, come to the table.
You have to be very specific about.
State your name and address.
My name is Phil Johanning. I live at 23 Parkwood Drive. You have to be very specific about what the special permit says. And the special permit says that behind my house there will be rhododendron or mountain laurel planted. It's never been planted, never been there. We have made complaints in the past, and what happens is the building commissioner or the zoning enforcement commissioner comes and says, oh, everything's okay. And then we have to go to the ZBA. The ZBA requires that there be a unanimous vote against the building commissioner, which never happens. So every time we want to make a complaint, we go through this process. We hear that the building commissioner, just like here, says, oh, everything's fine. Then we go to the ZBA, we spend over $500, and there's not a unanimous vote. Does that mean the problem is really solved? No, it does not. What it means is that the process is so frustrating to a neighbor that we never get satisfaction. So if we disagree with the zoning board of appeals, where do we go? We go to Superior Court. Do you know how much that costs? The effort that we have to make, the money that we have to spend in order to get proper enforcement is outrageous. And so why would I do that? Why would I do that, Cheryl? You know, why would I go through this every time? I've gone through it several times. We can check with the Zoning Board of Appeals to see how many times I have presented myself to the Zoning Board of Appeals. It makes no sense. So what we're doing is we're talking about it here because you are required to say that there's been compliance with the terms of the special permit. And the idea was that there would be mountain laurel or rhododendron, because if you look at my neighbors, they have these huge rhododendron plants that are very dense, and they're a really good shield. That's what's supposed to be behind my house. It never was there. And you might say, well, deer eat rhododendron, but they don't eat mountain laurel. Let's put mountain laurel there. Let's give us, the idea of the mountain laurel was densely planted mountain laurel to mitigate noise and dust. I've never, ever, ever had them. I didn't have them in 2016. I didn't have them in 2019. With respect to flooding, we did, my understanding is that there's supposed to be an engineer's report presented annually to the town engineer. I requested from Meredith a copy of the report. I didn't get it. I did talk to Julia. Julia told me, do you want Maggie to call you? And I said to Julia, what can Maggie tell me about what the town engineer got or didn't get? So today, I made a complaint to the Secretary of State because I didn't get any kind of record of the professional engineer's report of the drainage system. We have suffered flooding in our basement this year because there was a clogged drain at Thayer Nursery. I am 69 years old. I've had type 1 diabetes for over 60 years. I have a heart condition, and I was lugging my wet dry vac up my basement steps to dump it onto my driveway. You know, what good is it, you know, to say everything's okay? Because it isn't. I didn't get the report that I believe is supposed to be provided every year. It isn't. It doesn't seem to be there. Julia provided me with the logs, and she said, here are the logs. What do the logs tell me about whether the drainage system is effective or not if I had to drag water out of my basement at my age? You know, these are the things that happen to us. These are the things that Joe Atchway and Joe Prondak all say, oh, I don't see a problem. I want my sound mitigation. I want my dust relief. I want an effective drainage system. That's what I want. And I think that we could live with that if we had it. At around Christmas time, I have complained before to the ZBA after I was told by the building inspector that there was no problem about lighting during the Christmas tree season. And there's always an excuse. Like the light is shining right into my bedroom window. And I think like, is this necessary? Why can't they turn it off when the business hours are over? And I think I think Maggie said, well, it's for security. Yeah, but that's not what the permit says. It says the lights are turned off at the close of the business day. So turn them off. You know, let me have peace. And so that's what we're talking about. We're talking about non-enforcement across the board by the town of Milton to specific requirements of the special permit. And so everybody can say everything's perfect, there's no problems. Tell me that on the night like at around midnight when I'm carrying buckets of water out of my basement. You know, it's an extremely frustrating life. You know, I just can't say any more than that. I mean, I think it's you know, it's nice to have the open space of the nursery behind us, but I would like to see exact compliance with the terms of the special permit, and I think we could probably live with that. But I don't think we see exact compliance, and that's what I think this hearing should be about. I think we should be talking here about exact compliance. I noticed that the trees on the southern boundary of Thayer Nursery are no longer there at the very bottom. And I thought, well, what happened to them? You know, I do get concerned about whether there need to be additional requirements about storage of fertilizers, storage of herbicides, storage of weed chemicals. Like, where should they be exactly? What should the container be exactly? What kind of spill protection should be around the containers? I get concerned about a wood barn full of wood and near a fueling facility. And I say to myself, okay, barn can be okay, but what about fire mitigation inside the barn? It's full of firewood. Do you know what happened in the Blue Hills this summer? Do you drive down Hillside Street and see all the burned trees, all burned up? Could that happen? Like, I remember one of the neighbors said to one of the fire guys, could that be coming in our direction? And he said, no, you're probably okay. What about next time? So should we make sure that we have some protection in the wood barn? It contains kiln-dried firewood. Should we have sprinklers, something, to make sure if that barn goes up, it's right on my property line and right on the property line of the Cards? Like, what happens if that happens? And what happens if it's during the dry time of the summer? You know, should I be concerned? I think I should. You know, I don't want my house burning down. So, you know, there are just a number of things, some things I would like to see added for my protection about fire and fire mitigation. Some things I would like to see to make sure that we don't have, like, what are the particulars about fuel containment? If fuel is...
Those are not within our jurisdiction.
Yeah, but, okay.
Those, you know, we're limited on what our jurisdiction is, and so...
Okay. But still, I mean, safety is an important part of the subsection N. So whoever needs to provide safety to me and my husband, you know, where do we include that? How do we incorporate that? I think we can live peacefully together. I think we can live happily together, so long as there's precise, exact compliance with the requirements of subsection N and the 2019 permit, which actually is just corrections to the or changes to the 2016. So if we can determine that there's exact compliance, like vehicles, okay, you get a list of vehicles. In the permit, it talks about what are the ways that we gauge similarity, like gross weight, you know, I don't remember what they all are, but they're all in there. So if Thayer Nursery is going to provide me with a list of vehicles, I want to know, okay, what's the gross weight? There are maybe 3 or 4 parameters that are supposed to determine whether a vehicle is like or not like. You know, I have complained before to Joe Prondak that a Mercedes truck is not the same as a Sprinter van. And so what is this Mercedes truck? And he claimed they're identical or they're alike, they're like. How could a truck be the same as a van? I don't get it. So let's take a look at the parameters that are contained in the original special permit, the 2016. Let's see them laid out on a spreadsheet. Okay, we've got this, this, and this. What are their like or not like things? You know, why don't we take a deeper dive into this? Why don't we make sure that all of the conditions of 2012 continue to exist to this day. You know, I think that's important. And when it talks about quantities of material sold, okay, they included in their new application 2023. What about 2022? What about 2021? What about the entire period of this permit? Where is all that information? I made a records request asking, when did the building inspector go to the office of Thayer Nursery and review the records? There are requirements in the special permit about records. When did he go and see them? You know, my experience was when he wrote back to me about he wrote back to Matt Dunn about the expiration of the permit, you know, he actually said, he indicated that he had never even read the special permit, to tell you the truth. He said, oh, they've been there for such a long time. That's not what's in the permit. You know, if we're going to talk, I don't think he really knew what was in the permit when he went and did his review. I mean, it takes, like Matt said, it takes a long time to make sure there's exact compliance. And he did not do that because I don't think he's read it. Because his answer to Matt Dunn indicated that he hadn't. He based his failure to go and do anything about the special permit, the expiration of the special permit, he based that on, oh, they've been there forever. They have been there forever. But they haven't been under a special permit forever. And it was because of my efforts that the subsection N was created, and a special permit was created, and conditions were created, and we need to make sure that all those conditions are respected. And if he's not going to go and look at the records, then we don't know whether the records are there or not. But that's a requirement of the permit. Or, you know, that's the way it is. So we need to do a deeper dive. We can't just say, oh, sounds good. Out of respect for me, my husband, my neighbors, we need to make sure that everything is copacetic. That's the way I see it. And when their attorney said or when Josh said there's some kind of steel fence, that steel fence is defined in the permit. I don't see a steel fence. Maybe I don't know steel, but I don't see a steel fence. So either we have to make sure there's exact compliance, or maybe there's a change, but we can't have stuff written in a permit and not abided by, like rhododendron, like mountain laurel, like that makes a difference to me. And it's not just a detail. It was promised to me. That's what happened when the special permit was written, but it's never been delivered. And no matter what I say to the building commissioner, and no matter what I do at the ZBA, I just get, you know, go away. That's not right. That's not the way this should be. We should both be respected, you know? And that's the idea of the special permit. Okay?
Can I ask you a
Yes,
question?
yes, you go.
Thank you for some of this explanation. Some of it, to me anyway, appears to be pretty simple. You know, the mountain laurel is either there or it's not there. If it was
there.
for,
Did you see it? Let me know.
to be honest with you, I don't even know where it's supposed to be. I assume it's
Behind
the-
my house. It's the yellow one.
Yeah, I was not so intrusive, so I don't know if it's there or it's not there. I trust what you said. But some of these things are pretty simple. It's a plant that's either there or not there. If it's not there, why isn't it there? Was something else put in its place? I mean, there are some basic things. If
No, it's specified. There are two plants
Yeah.
that are supposed to be behind my house.
Okay.
Either one are there.
Okay. I was not on the board back in 19 or in 16, so I'm a bit at a loss, but somebody else must have been. An engineer's report, if there's one supposed to be submitted annually and it hasn't been submitted, that seems to be pretty clear. Lighting staying on after hours, that's pretty clear. The lighting's either on or after hours or it's not on after hours, right? I mean, that's
To be fair,
yeah.
to be fair to Josh,
Yeah.
it doesn't happen that often.
Okay.
But
Okay.
during the Christmas season, it happens.
Okay, okay. So I think your concerns need to be addressed. As Meredith said, the fire concern, and I do have an understanding where the fuel's stored, and I do have an understanding where the barn is, and I don't see the barn on your property line, but I understand your question, and the fire department is responsible for managing fuel storage and how it's.
I asked him exactly what CMR he follows.
Right.
And to issue the permit. I believe, in talking to the state fire marshal years ago, my understanding was that our fire department had to inspect the fueling area on an annual basis.
Yeah.
They issued a permit in 2015, and it had no expiration date on it. Then they issued another one in 2019, which expired in 2020, and another one wasn't issued until 2022. I asked the chief, well, why is that? And he said, oh, it was COVID. And he said, some regulations were, and I guess I want to know, do you have a piece of paper that says that this regulation was suspended? I don't know.
Yeah, okay. And I guess in closing on my comments anyway, and I'll continue to evaluate what Mr. Dunn sent in and take a look at that, but the commissioner can speak for himself with regard to your comments about the commissioner, but it appears he didn't have any complaints that were open.
I know, because I'm not going to complain to him. I did complain about the expiration, and he didn't shut down the landscaping business, did he? And I'm not going to go to the ZBA because it takes a unanimous vote, and they'll probably just say, oh, it's okay.
Okay.
Why should I go through this? You have not given me in this document a channel that works. And, we can go back and try to determine how many times I've gone before the ZBA only to get shot down. Why should I go through that at $500 a pop? And do you want me to go to Norfolk County Superior Court? I've been there before. And, we have been successful because we did get a ruling that they could not operate on their site. And that's what caused the amendment to the zoning bylaws. So, if you're recommending that I do that.
I'm not making any recommendation.
I'm just saying, I'm just being facetious, but.
Yeah. I'm trying to develop an understanding, that's all.
We're understanding why I've been on this board for 4 years. This is the first I've ever heard of, you've never come before us before. So.
You're not part of the chain, actually. You're not part of the complaint mechanism, as far as I know. The complaint mechanism is the building inspector.
Actually, the
ZBA.
The first is the operators. I'm looking at section 10 of the 2016 permit, and the first is an informal procedure, is a complaint to the applicant. And there's like 4 paragraphs related to that. So I don't know if
I always have the right to go to the building inspector.
you do, but it says that.
I always have the right to go to the building
Of course you do, but in terms of what the permit says that there's an informal procedure, and it says the applicant shall have an operator authorized, et cetera. Any person who believes that the applicant has failed to comply with any provision of the subsection N or this special permit may deliver, mail or email a written complaint addressed at their nursery. And then once that is received, after receipt of such a written complaint, the applicant, if it determines to have merit, they shall promptly cure it. So as you know, I was on the board in 2016 and 2019 with both of these permits. I'm the only one still here. And I do remember we went through in great detail a lot in the permit and tried to craft a permit that would provide ways to measure whether it was compliance, right? We all worked hard on that, and it may not be working perfectly, but we did want to try and have the applicant to be able to run a business and to know that if there was a complaint that was easily handled, that they could take care of that in a neighborly way. And then if that didn't work, you go to more formal procedures. So have you tried the informal procedure, the first procedure of going, to Thayer and asking them to take care of any
There
of
was a
these
very
questions?
ugly meeting with a lot of neighbors from the Hillside Neighborhood Association, and, they were incredibly hostile to John and I. And
Sorry, who was hostile to you?
the Hillside, some people from the
I'm sorry,
Hillside.
can I be heard, Phil? Do you mind
Sure,
if I
sure.
jump in here? And I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
Members of the planning board, is it okay if I chime in here?
Sure.
Okay, so like I said before, I recognize that the Madam Planning Board member was a part of the board in 2016, 2019. And so and I was actually a part of the process of the development of the landscaping amendment. And part of the intent of the amendment was to try to eliminate grounds to complain for complaints, right? The purpose of the enforceability of the special permit, of the requirements of the approved plans, to ensure that the functionality of, for example, the drainage mitigation system, it was to avoid inundating the town with complaints from abutters with regards to, complaining about flooding issues or lighting issues or various violations of the zoning code, right? It was to get the property in compliance with the requirements of the bylaw, particularly the landscaping amendment, to avoid having to make complaints in the first place. And so we're at an opportunity, we have an opportunity right now to assess the Thayer Nursery site to determine whether it complies with the requirements of the bylaw amendment, right? And if it doesn't, Thayer has an opportunity to make the corrections that are necessary in order for it to comply. And then there would be no complaints. There would be no, further, escalation of the process that you've outlined with regards to identifying issues for Thayer, because those issues you'd already have resolved them before the issue arises. You know that the drainage system is functioning. You know that the sound mitigation system is up and operational the way it's supposed to be. You know the light mitigation is there, right? It's not a huge heavy lift, I don't think, for Thayer or for the board to make sure that there is, and again, this is just going back to if there was a renewal. We're not talking about a renewal here. We're talking about a new special permit. And so it's not a heavy lift to require Thayer to show and establish, because it is their burden, that they've materially complied with the requirements of the bylaw amendment. I mean, that's even lowering the standard, right? But it's to do that is going to actually save the resources of everybody in this room going forward, right? And so, like I said, the intent of the bylaw amendment, the intent of the 2016 special permit was to create a balance with regards to Thayer's ability to operate in a manner that is consistent or acceptable for the residents of this residential neighborhood. And, that's why it's there. I think that we have an opportunity to avoid, sort of endless complaints, whether it's from Mr. Joe Wenning or it's from another neighbor with regards to this, because, like I said, you're going to have assurance that the requirements, the plans, the specifications, the rules, they're all outlined in the bylaw amendment are complied with.
So, Attorney Dunn, this is Sean again. I'm one of the planning board members. Is that your ask, to demonstrate that there's in compliance with the special permit amendments? Is that really what we're talking about? Just that?
Yeah,
So it's just that.
that's.
You're not trying to introduce new issues. You just want to make sure that they're in compliance with the amendment that they would have renewed on the 19th of September.
Right, so the process in 2016, and it's a public record, and I'm sure the board has access to the file. It was the submission of information to the board to show, hey, we put in this drainage mitigation plan, and this is how it's going to work, and then this is how it did work, right? Because Thayer couldn't operate, until they got an occupancy permit showing that the measures that they said they were going to implement had actually been implemented. And I mean, I think that that's why you've had this relatively quiet period with regards to disputes over there, other than the process of whether it's been approved or not approved, running its way through the land court, right? It's not really about. It wasn't really about actual complaints per se. It was about the is the bylaw amendment valid? Was the special are the applicants eligible for the zoning relief that was provided? I think that the process that was implemented with regards to the bylaw amendment and then requiring Thayer to comply with the requirements of the bylaw amendment function in the way that it was intended to function, right? And at this point, you have, again, Thayer relying on 9-year-old information to try to get a new special permit. And I don't, like I said, I don't think it's a heavy ask to say, wait a second, Thayer, you need to show that what you did in 2016 is still functioning in the manner and in the way that it was when you received the occupancy permit in 2017 to be able to do what you're doing.
Was that the ask in 2019?
2019, they had to show material compliance for renewing. So yeah, that was the ask.
So is it really 9 years or is it 5 years? It seems to me I'm just working with
it is confusing.
Yeah,
What Thayer did is in 2019 they also relied on the 2015 material that they submitted in support of their 2016 application. I know it's a lot of dates.
No, it's not. I mean, it's pretty simple, attorney done. But it it seems, I guess what I'm curious about is what have been the complaints over the last 5 years.
The last 5 years from.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they've generally been in compliance, whether or not, Mr. Johanning, that the lights were on at Christmas time, that's possible. But if over the last 5 years there haven't been a series of complaints annually, then I'm surmising that they've been in compliance.
Well, I don't, this is the thing. I don't know, we can't get onto Thayer Nursery's site to inspect whether they're complying, whether the site plan looks exactly the way they said it looked in 2016, whether the sound mitigation system is in the same condition it was in 2016 as required by the bylaws. We can't do that. You guys have the opportunity to do that, and that was the intent of the bylaw amendment. And that was the intent of the 2016 special permit, to have you guys go in there and say, hey, you know what? Thayer has done a really good job at complying with all the requirements of what's set forth here. They are in substantial and material compliance with what we asked of them. Here's your special permit. But to rely on Thayer saying, hey, we did it, and not sort of scratch, on the surface of that and look a little bit deeper. I don't think that's. I think that's not what's contemplated and that's not what's required in this bylaw amendment.
Okay, it's getting late, so I won't continue this, but I just have one in reply, Attorney Dunn, to your comment. First, the planning board's not responsible for enforcing a special permit. That probably is the building inspector's responsibility. But even that being said, the building inspector wouldn't just out of course go to any special permit in the town of Milton to look and see if it's in compliance. He would respond to a complaint. That's how I believe the commissioner would address things. So that was, just let me finish, please. So that was my question. That was my question. If there were a series of complaints, that probably would prompt the commissioner to visit to determine if compliance or not. So I don't want to go on any further because I know you're going to tell me it's late.
So just to address that, and I don't mean to try to get the last word, I really don't, but the reason why there's expiration dates on these special permits is so there is a review of Thayer's compliance with the terms of the special permit. That's the whole purpose of the expiration date. And so to talk about the, you should make a complaint to the building inspector, yeah, maybe, right? But that doesn't relieve their obligation to show that they're complying with the terms of the special permit.
No.
That's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, no, I understand, and Attorney Dunn, I'm not trying to get the last word in either, but I hardly believe that Mr. Johanning would wait if 3 years ago there was something that he wasn't satisfied with, that he'd wait until the end of the permit to address it.
If you want me to tell you, it doesn't do me any good.
Yeah, you said that earlier.
I can go back to my complaints to Joe Prondak. I can tell you, what they were. In the special permit, there's a requirement for light shields, and I complained that the light shields weren't there. And Joe Prondak said, well, it's okay. And then I go to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they say it's okay too. What good does it do me? What good does it do me?
On this,
Except it enables me to spend $500.
So can I just suggest, given the hour and the nature of what we've said, so surely you have a record, or the building department has a record of these, this correspondence back and forth of what he said in response to you. And since complaints are to be in writing, we can ask the building department for a list of any complaints and how they were resolved. And then it won't be like he said, she said.
That's great.
Yeah, so I think we can also ask the engineering department for what they have on record in terms of reports that have been filed. One thing I want to say is whether things are working precisely as they were intended is very subjective, because what one might consider to be adequate noise buffer or odor buffer or dust buffer is subjective, unless you have a measurable record, which is the criteria at the outset of the permit. And I don't believe in looking through the permit, again, that there was something measurable about dust or noise. And so then it does become a judgment on the building official. And so we would, to know whether something is compliant or not, material and substantial was something that was discussed. And, if there was a need to change the fence material or a plant material, did they have to come back to the planning board every single time? And there were adjustments made to say, to address that. So I think it's important to go back and look at the language in the original permit and in the amendment, because there was a lot of discussion that preceded them. And then I think we're going to continue this hearing. We received a lot of material today with not a lot of time to read it and absorb it. So I don't think it's appropriate for us not to continue it, and especially given the hour of 11, and there might be people who wanted to speak who are either still waiting on Zoom or have left because of the hour. And so I do think we need to provide opportunity for that as well. So I do think that we should ask the
Can I say something?
building official. Sure, I finished. We asked the building official for those records, and we asked the engineering department for those records. And then, of course, it's Meredith who will grant the one.
So I will say, it was posted and provided the reports that you were asking for. I think you seem to be under the impression that those reports are supposed to be by a certified engineer, which is not what is in the special permit. I just want to read real quickly because it is late. There's under the drainage plan, number 2, stormwater operation and maintenance plan. Stormwater operation and maintenance plan is attached as Exhibit E and is part of the special permit. Its provisions are requirements, the special permit, and shall be enforceable as such. The provisions include inspections of the stone berm after rain events, maintenance of the berm, and a required annual inspection and cleaning of the detention area and swale. An annual report shall be submitted to the town engineer documenting documenting the maintenance of the system. So what's required is a documentation, and those are the logs that we have provided you. They're they're public. I have a copy of them here, but those logs are the maintenance by the operator. And those are, the annual report shall be submitted to the town engineer documenting the maintenance of the system. Applicants shall make this available as this report in paragraph 10, review required records. Then there is separately item 3, interim stormwater report. The applicants shall hire a stormwater engineer to review implementation of the drainage provisions and written reports to the planning board and the town engineer on the effectiveness of the drainage 12 months after and 24 months after the completion of the installation of the system. They have also had those inspected by professional engineers and complied with that. So
Wasn't there a change to the 2019 permit that talks about an annual report that
It's a
should be
date.
provided to the, by
it just adds a date.
1/1?
Yeah,
Okay.
it simply adds a date of those reports, which was not previously included. So I just wanted to say that I have not withheld any reports. Everything that you have are the maintenance reports that Josh Oldfield performs, and it's on a ongoing, regular basis. He checks those berms are according to the reports and the log. Our leaves are, it's cleaned out, and it's to me it appears to be everything that was required in the special permit is met.
But I have had flooding, so I guess we need to do
Which-
something else.
Is not, you're at the foot of the Blue Hills, so we have a lot of water issues in this town, but I respect your concerns.
We can
But that's
do-
also separate
We
from the
can
special
do a
permit.
site visit, and you can come to my backyard, and you can see where the water runs through my arborvitae. So,
right.
you're welcome.
So we do, it is late, and I want for everybody, certainly you to have an ample question. I know. It's late at this point. We're going to continue the public hearing. So you will have an opportunity, and you, sorry.
Any
Yeah,
other hands raised?
yeah.
So with respect to this document, this permit, that's almost 50 pages, say, it's very clear who the enforcement officer is. There's no gray area here, and that's the building inspector. And as of 2 days ago, he said he recommends you renew our permit. You should renew the permit right now. He's the enforcement officer. He's the guy you guys said who should be the sheriff on this, and he did a site visit. And he said you should grant us our permit.
So as part of the public hearing, I think we did get information late, and I
It's very
completely understand.
documented.
Yeah, no, we did get some things just late from the attorney. So and we do have other people who would like to speak, who I'm sure would like to speak in support of this application, but.
Yeah, Josh, I would love, as a member of the planning board, having sat here for 4 hours tonight, to have things operate the way you would like, for an item to come before the board and be decided upon tonight. That would make me a very happy planning board member. But to be fair to Mr. Joe Henning, and I honestly, I don't mind saying this to Attorney Dunn, I don't appreciate getting something at 3:30 in the afternoon for a 7 o'clock meeting. So now that happens all the time. It's not just this particular one. So, but, to give Mr. Joe Henning the opportunity for us to review that, to understand it, and, and just not try to
We have
rush.
50 pages that we've prepared.
I understand.
Over hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And now you can't issue a permit tonight based on the guy who's supposed to enforce it says should be granted? What's the purpose of it?
It's just, sorry.
Can I speak
Yes,
briefly?
yeah.
By the way, I understand exactly how you feel, Josh, because we've been, this is these are the issues that arise with their nursing, and so we
And
do
no
have these.
complaints.
So I know you're going to continue it, and that's fine. Whatever information you feel you need, if you can let Josh Oldfield know, I will certainly try to help gather information if that's necessary. I can only repeat that the enforcement mechanism is through the building inspector. I've been working with the Joseph Prondak, the previous building inspector, for years on this permit, and Joseph Prondak made many visits to Thayer Nursery, and there were many small details that had to be worked over in terms of whether they were done or not. At one point, the planning board did a site plan visit. Certain members of the planning board reviewed the plantings. These things, there's so many details in that permit. If there is a live issue that hasn't been responded to, Thayer will respond to it. And otherwise, the problem with this process is if you come to this point where you apply for a renewal or a new special permit, and you hear things and you don't have complaints in your own office that you've received and had an opportunity to respond to, then you haven't had due process. You have to have an opportunity to hear the complaint and to deal with it, to cure it if possible, and then a determination has to be made, it's cured or it's not cured. So, whatever the vehicle is, if there's a complaint, that's the process that the applicants are entitled to. You can't do it in one meeting if you have some issues that are live. So
There are no live issues.
Yeah, well, maybe not. That would be a great result for Thayer
Well,
Nursery.
we know that.
Yeah, but Josh, we're all set.
Yeah.
Because there really isn't more that we can say tonight. I just wanted to, again, sort of agree that's the process, and I also agree the planning board needs to gather the information that they felt they heard tonight that they needed to get responses for. So if there's anything I can do, let me know. I can deal better, I can deal with the legal issues or the status, what's happening at Thayer Nursery. That's for Josh Oldfield to respond to, and he will. So thank you. This is a copy of a response letter that I did.
Thank you.
To Attorney Gunn. So again,
Thank you.
I didn't get it done till 6 o'clock. So.
That's
Thank you.
understandable. Great. I have a copy. Yeah.
This one is
have
the
a copy.
response?
So with that, and I appreciate everyone
People
who's,
online that
Yeah.
Julia said, so.
Can- who would like to speak. You know what, I think if we open it, we'll have to open it to everyone. So I do want to, with this being continued, allow everybody to have the opportunity to speak before any decision is made. So I apologize for those who are online who have not yet had a chance. You certainly will have a chance to speak. To continue the hearing, the public hearing, we have a lot on the 6th. So I'm wondering if we should not consider moving it to the 23rd? Or do we feel like we can maybe resolve it on the 6th? Or try to resolve it on the 6th?
What do we have on the 6th? We have MAPC and we have the zoning articles.
I think we have
We have 10 Bassett.
And 10 Bassett
And
Street.
10 Bassett. I don't see all that happening in one meeting.
Yeah, that in itself is a lot.
One thing I think that would be helpful is if,
We could have a special meeting to address this as a separate, since we can't get on the 6th.
Yeah,
When you're
we-
away. that
well, one thing I think that would be helpful, I mean, you can have a special meeting, but while I'm away, but if, typically when we have this is a little unusual because it's a new application, which should have really been a renewal. But in the past, we've liked to have staff reports. So, on how the planning department, views the application. So I'm wondering if we could ask for more detail from the building commissioner, since he's the enforcement officer. So just ask him to elaborate on the letter that he provided already. Because, and then, to the question of whether there have been unresolved issues that he's aware of. He said no, but, if there's something in the record in the last 3 years since the last renewal, then we should know that. And I think that can serve as our staff report in a way.
The last 5 years, right? Going back to 19, was it 19?
19.
19,
Yeah,
last 5
it's been
years,
a 5
yeah,
years.
sorry,
Yeah,
last 5
yeah.
years.
So even Joe Prondak's records are available if,
If he
right?
could just pull the records, and that would serve as our staff report in essence. Because, honestly, a lot of that original documentation and compliance was met before they got their certificate of occupancy, or they wouldn't be able to. I don't see any reason for us to go back and say that we need to re-review what was already completed. What we're supposed to really be looking at is, has there been compliance since then, since all of the initial installation was done? And the documentation of what was done is in the as-built survey,
Yeah.
as-built document.
You know, in my walk today, and it'd be helpful to hear what the building department had to say, because I imagine if he was out there, there'd be some record, you know, there should be some record, you know, if he made a visit. But, you know, and what I saw today when I was out there, I spent an hour walking the site. I mean, my background is construction. I've spent 40 years in construction. I didn't see any visible deterioration of what existed. You know, I just couldn't see that. So maybe I have to walk again and take another look, you know, at the sound mitigation on the fence. I don't understand what you said about steel. I saw wood post, large wood post with a membrane that is the sound mitigation barrier. I saw a really, really big swale, maybe 500 feet long, really wide, with an impressive, you know, embankment on the side that's your property side. I mean, it looked really good to me. But anyhow, I think it'd be valuable information for us to hear what the building department has had, you know, over the course of the last 5 years. And you know, I know Josh is frustrated. I think that's what we should do. You know, I think we should find out from the building department what, you know, what's happened, whether it's been currently under Joe or previously under Joe Prondak.
So is that something, Meredith, that you can follow up with before our next meeting?
Yeah.
I'll
do that.
And then to your question, I do think the 23rd probably makes the most sense in terms of really having time to do it.
Yeah.
Since the other thing.
Check with Matt to see if he's available.
Yeah, that's good.
Matt, are you available on the 23rd?
Yeah, I should be, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's great. So we'll have to set a time to, because we don't have any other public hearings, I think, at that point. So 7:10 on the,
We
have we set another?
on the 23rd.
That's right.
Brush Hill Road.
Okay.
I mean, Brush Hill Island.
And that was at 7:05?
7:05?
That's at 7:05.
So we'll say 7:10.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
Make a motion to continue the public
Continue
hearing?
the public hearing for Thayer Nursery special permit for 7/10 on January 23rd.
Yes.
I'll
And I-
second it then.
Second, all in favor? Aye. And thank you to those who have been online waiting to speak. You will absolutely, we hope you can join us and we'll have an opportunity to speak. So thank you. Thank you. That's for you to sign. Good evening.
I think it's past all our bedtimes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now at this time, oops, I just broke my notes. So now I would entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.